Hello. Hello, everybody. There we go. Hi. It's Friday, right? Yeah, it's Friday. Hang on. I'm getting all my stuff open. Boom, there we go. Shovel Enjoyer v Scab Hunter. I think I saw Shovel Enjoyer say to skip him for now. Hello, V. Let's see over on the YouTube side. Hello, Plutonium. Dro, Silent Roses, Gus, Jesse Boy. Just showing your wife you playing and actually staying alive. Nice! Was she super stoked for you? I have a shovel. Evan, Woosty. Hello, welcome, and also welcome to the Discord server. I saw you join right before I sat down to get everything fully up and started. You ready to get ammo mogged? Captain Ahab? Terrace Blackburn. Happen to feel like playing, just too self-conscious to join stuff like this? Were you the one who was asking about a place to join? No, that was Fallen Angel. Well, Terrace, don't feel self-conscious because you won't do any worse than me. Fallen Angel, hello. Where to find a place to get help with Havoc? I also struggle to break into the 30s, so don't worry, it's not just you. And if you'd like to join, I'm more than happy to play some Havoc today. Toddy, hello. Yes, also the Discord is an excellent place. Evan, you're not wasting everybody's time, Terrace. You're completely fine. I don't give a shit what anybody's skill level is that comes to play. It is open to the entire community. I am not here to be a sweat. I am here to hang out, nerd out, talk about lore, talk about anything you guys want to, and have a good time. Chad Ferdington, hello. Zombie Slayer, hello. Yeah, the Warhammer War Bond was revealed. You're trying to do some penances? Well, you're in luck. I help with those. Marcin. Shovel Enjoyer, you're on YouTube. Okay. Over on Twitch. Spear Griefer. Wolfrat. Hello. Welcome. Thanks for being here. Tingo. Hello. Shovel Enjoyer. Gibby. Scab Hunter. V. Let's see. Who else is here? Raven. BD Dubs. Hello. He's an unsealed man. Night Strider again? Well, unfortunately now it's in-game music time. Level 1 Zealot, we're gonna do Havoc 40? Fuck yeah, Dahuasi. I'm down. You have to shock 16 monstrosities with your dogs? Hey, so here's the thing. I totally understand being shy or not feeling nervous about joining or anything like that. I would be the same if I was watching somebody and they're like, no, really, come join. I am naturally very much an introvert. So yeah, if you're not feeling up to it, completely, totally fine. But do know, like, literally, we have had people who have just bought Darktide, like, the day of the stream and come to play, like, some of their first missions on stream. I'll play on Uprising difficulty. I don't care. And then also, just so you know, one of the things that I do as, like, a goal for these streams is help the community do penances. So, like, if you are like, oh, but, you know, I wouldn't want to, like, you know, be a drag or whatever because I have penances I want to do, that's literally part of what I do. Because I am not crazy good at Darktide. I can clutch. I'm okay. You know, I do all right, especially on stream whenever I'm more focused on talking to you guys and reading the chat and keeping up and everything. V, I don't know if it actually accepted that. Hello, Flame Lord. There we go. Oh, God. Let's see. And then Scab Hunter, you're up. You're terrified of being here? That's fair. Be afraid of me too. I'm a scary lady. That's really cool. YouTube chat is lagging really bad. Oh. The fuck is happening? How do you remove yourself? You can't, BD. You're load bearing. Oh, that's really cool, V. I'm glad that it said decline. I think that it technically went away, like, as I was clicking it, and so it timed out. You know, here's the thing. I am a big softie. I try to put up like a front as I'm like, grr. I'm so tough. I am a big softie, but genuinely, if you piss me off, I will be a bitch. Okay, here we go. I often growl. Yeah, like DMX. Hey, BD, Twitch is doing the thing where it won't let me pin things to my own chat. So if you are able to. That's right. I kind of snapped at some people the other day. So here's the thing. I'm still pretty emotionally raw, you guys. So if you're watching and you're like, this bitch sucks at Darktide, keep it to your fucking self. Because if you come and you're like, wow, you're fucking garbage at this game, I will fucking chew your ass out right now. I'm not having it. So this is just a warning. Friendly warning. Silent Roses, thanks so much for becoming a YouTube channel member. That hard for you. Let me pop you a party popper. Beast Mode Joe. Blam! Thanks, you're awesome. Flame Lord. Hey, thank you, I appreciate it. It has not been easy. It's not been the best, month ever, but, you know, we're just taking it one day at a time. Sage Mode! You're in the queue! You watch too much of my lore videos not to join? Hell yeah! Oh, really? You got more into the game? Sweet! Dude, that always makes my day whenever people tell me, like, oh, you're the reason why I came back to Darktide, or, like, why I picked it up and stuff, and, like, or I have any idea what the fuck's happening in it. I'm like, oh, I hope that we know what the fuck's happening in it. Sometimes my stuff is just theories. I am probably having 22 right now. Opinion on shawarmas. I think I've had, I don't know if I've ever had shawarma. I don't think I have. Aw, thanks, Sage. Excited for updates adding more potential lore. I'm not really expecting anything for next update. But I'm thinking like December anniversary, probably. Bad sign to leave in such hurry. Very bad. You only bought this game because of the lore, cat? Oh, I'm glad. Oh, you know, like I said before, he kind of accidentally became really central and stuff. As far as like, you know, the channel and I guess branding, for lack of a better term, and things, but I'm gonna keep it all. The visuals may change, but next video, no, seriously, when the fuck is anything going to happen in Darktide 2? For real. If I had Euros, I have, yeah. Lucy, so the way that you join the queue is in chat, you type !join all together as one word, no caps, no spaces. And then once you're in the queue, we rotate 3 at a time. So right now on deck, after this one, we have Gibby, Gamer, Dr. 360, and Captain Ahab. So Gibby, Dr. 360, and Captain Ahab are up next after this one. Hey, you guys got it. Both, well, Woosty, you're in the queue. Not me. I think that maybe you guys tried to do it at the same time, and so the bot had a little bit of an aneurysm. It didn't put you in the queue, not me, but try one more time. I know, right? Captain Ahab is so good. It always makes me think of the song, oh, fuck. It always makes me think of the song. Ow, how did you pick me up so fast? Blood and Thunder by Mastodon. One of my favorite metal songs because it's about Moby Dick. Not me, it's still not letting you in for some reason. Sometimes the bot just like discriminates against people for some reason on YouTube. I have no idea what causes it, but I just joined and then I will be a stand-in for your place in the queue. I'm playing Auric right now. Usually I default to Auric, but I am super happy to play whatever game mode, whatever difficulty. You just have to let me know whenever it's your turn and like you're in the game through like the type chat or something that like you don't want to do Auric, or you know, you have something specific that you're wanting to do, because otherwise I will just absolutely like do my default, because I'm just like not thinking about it. Yeah, I don't know what it is, Nami. Sometimes it just like, for certain people, it just gets really stuck on them and it just doesn't want to let them in. Dingo, oh my god, it's such a good song. Rio, you know what? You believe it or not, people play from Europe all the time, and depending on the day, also I can set my region to US East instead of US West. And that'll help too. But believe it or not, people play from Europe all the time. It actually works pretty well. Lefo, thanks for being here for 3 streams in a row. Oh no, Sage, I'm sorry to hear that. You won't be bad at all. You're completely fine. Look at me. I'm already on death's doorstep. You're fine. You guys will rock it. What? I got the kill mark. I thought that I killed that dog. That's why I stopped looking at it and stabbing it like immediately. Tried asking Brock who would win a Plague Marine or a standard rejects. It keeps telling me the rejects would be stomped. It's because it's, so I mean, it's just a language learning model. It's not actually AI. So it's just scraping information from the internet, and I'm sure that the prevailing opinion about Space Marines on the internet is they're literally the best thing ever, and God himself could slap them and they would be fine. In terms of Darktide, though, they win every time. You're fine, Sage. I'm just telling you, you're gonna be fine. ChatGPT says rejects. I see it. Watch the video. And Riyati, oh my god, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Please don't eat us in a fit of rage. Taco Bell and Darktide content makes for peak Friday afternoon, Derpiner. What are you trying to get the parasite? You make no promises, oh no. No, Mr. Yeti, please. All right. We're playing Hivescum and getting knocked out with the rock from behind. Yeah, I didn't get away from the crushers well enough in the beginning. And I also got netted. Sucks. It's okay. It's the first round of the day, and I've barely had any caffeine. Got the Arbites DLC. Is it heresy to say that you like dogs on this channel? No. I love dogs. We absolutely would have a dog if we didn't live on such a busy street. But the street we live on is just so unbelievably busy that, like, if a dog got out and then just, like, ran, it would almost certainly get hit by a car. And that wouldn't be good. No, nobody wants that, so. No, we love cats and we love dogs. And also, we have an axolotl. I used to have chickens. I used to have like 14 chickens, not in this house, but in a past life. I love animals. Animals are dope. Critters are cool. I hear that Helldivers 2 is getting a Meltagun. Yes, and honestly, between Yovirian's data mining on the Meltagun stuff, that he covered in his video that I talked a little bit about in my latest video, the most recent one. Between that, like, essentially there being data mines showing that Fat Shark has finally done something, because, like, obviously Meltaguns have been in the game files since launch, but this year in February they added in stuff for the mastery track on them. So between that and the fact that Helldivers 2 is getting a Meltagun, it makes me feel pretty damn good about our odds of getting one soon. Because Helldivers 2 and Darktide are in the same damn engine. They're both Stingray engines, so I will not be at all surprised if we end up seeing a Meltagun with essentially like very similar mechanics, just aped off of from Helldivers 2, especially since Expeditions is so suspiciously, it feels very much like a Helldivers game mode. Hello, Gen X. Ah, we're fine, Rio. Arc rifle is the most fun you've had with guns in a while. Maybe Foster pistol's really good. What was the question, Spear? I missed it. I'm sorry. She wore on my hammer like 40k times until I dark from the tide or something. You cannot obey my cat. You do not speak Cattian. That's okay, Primarch. I won't be offended. And neither will he. Because he doesn't speak English. Nor did he ever. Whatever. I don't know how to word that. Suffice to say, that's okay. Although I will say, speaking cat, very easy. You just look at your cat and you go, ah! And then they look at you and they're like, the fuck did you just say, bitch? Do you think the Meltagun will come with a new class? I don't know. God, I hope not. I'm fucking sick of new classes. I think that we need a break from new classes for a while. We need real content. That would be nice. Well, for a Flame Lord. She casts her on my kin to like Creed or something like that. Oh my god. Phosphor pistol fucks. Hannah test.
Conflicted, that's what you are.
Some new maps and story are really what I'm looking for. If they put a new class in the game again, if they do 2 a year, it better start coming with some fucking content. Otherwise, I legit might check out of Darktide if they just keep like, because we've been a year and a half without a story update. Like a year and a half. It's getting a bit absurd. Used to have a pet skunk 10 years back. Oh, I'm sorry, Teros. I returned from the grocery store. Your cats get excited to see their food on the floor. They recognize the pattern of cans. Taking to the sound. Oh. I mean, maps are giving me Exterminatus. Yeah, honestly. Neil. So we have a big orange cat named Neil. Barry was he was our obey my cat. And then we also have Neil, who's still with us. And he is a big orange himbo. Oh my god. He's so pretty and he's just sweet as can be. But there is fucking nothing happening in the brain department for him. But whenever we come home from the grocery store, he knows that we've been to the store because he'll see, like, he recognizes that we're carrying bags. And every now and then, not often, but rarely, we will bring home cat grass for him, like fresh cat grass. And that's his favorite thing in the world. And he'll, every time we come back from the store now, he's just like, meow, meow, meow. Like, where did you bring me my treats? Where's my treats? You haven't played in a month? Longest drought for you personally since playing Derp and Herb? Ah, it's fair. Everybody needs a break sometimes. Guys, also too smart person. Good. That's always funny whenever they're like, yeah, I'm onto this. I know what this like thing is. This has the treats inside of it, and I'm not gonna play your game. Felinids? What, for like a class? Do you think Darktide could work with a large team raid style mission? No. So Patry Kolpok, so here's the thing. If you want to come play, you are absolutely more than welcome to. You have to be in the queue. I do not play with anybody who's not in the queue, because so many people, like if I just had people trying to like jump in or send me strike team requests like whenever, it would be total anarchy and I would lose my mind. So the way that you join the queue is in the chat, you put !join all together as one word with no caps, no spaces. And that'll put you into the queue, and then we rotate in order, so it's first come, first served by who's in the queue. Also, about sending me a friend request, unfortunately, I cannot accept it. I would love to, but I can't, because Fat Shark caps the amount of friends that you can have at 100 in Darktide, and I hit that 2.5 years ago or something like that. So probably close. Yeah, it might have taken about 6 months to get there. Not sure, but anyways, I hit it a long time ago. So your friend request will go into the invites tab, and I have like over 600 friend requests in there. So I'll do my best to try and use that to find you. If, you know, using my friend code that's pinned to the chat whenever it's your turn doesn't work. But, yeah, that's what's up there. Right now we're playing on Auric. If you're thinking about joining and you're like, holy fuck, I don't want to play Auric, we don't have to play Auric. I do not care. If you want to play on Uprising difficulty, I will play on Uprising. I'm happy to play whatever. I've just been playing Darktide for 1,800 hours, most of that while streaming at the same time. So at this point, I just kind of default to Auric. Shit. Aw, damn it! Work stream, hell yeah. So let's see, Terras and Patra, you guys are in the queue. You don't even have Auric unlocked, that's fine. If you want to play on like Heresy or Damnation or something to try and get stuff unlocked, we can. And also, so even if you don't have a difficulty unlocked, you can still come play on Auric with me if I start it. And it actually, I don't think it actually gives you any more XP. No, I wasn't unlucky. I just did a bad job of dodging there. I went too backwards and not enough to the side. I thought it would be far enough away I'd clear it. And that was my first mistake. Finish your Rustbreaker game. Down this game is veteran on high intensity Auric event. Nice! Good job! Thanks, Patrick. No, no, no. Nobody has to jump right into the deep end. If you're comfy with trying Auric, Because, like, here's the thing, too. I know a lot of people who come to these streams start out saying, like, oh, dear God, I'm not good enough that I can play that or whatever. Or do Karnak hard mode. And you guys think you're so fucking funny, don't you? I just fucking looked around me. There was nothing near me. And then as soon as I walk away, fucking 3 guys show up behind me and shove their fucking ramrods in my ass. That's cool. Thank you. A lot of people who come to these streams are like, oh, I couldn't play that difficulty. I'm not good enough. And then, you know, to like penance clear or something, you guys will want to try Karnak hard mode or something. And then it goes really, really well. And it, you know, the whole saying like you're your own worst critic is very true. And also playing with pubs is such a different experience from playing with like a team that has any amount of cohesion, or having somebody who's like comfortable enough with doing call outs and stuff like that. So just know it's a very different experience, even if it seems like it would probably be worse and even more intimidating. If / when I quit Darktide, what would I play? I'll be here until fucking Darktide sunsets. However, okay. So like obviously this year has not been my best year for making content. And then also like of late, I've been very slow. Just because things have been so rough with losing Barry last week and everything. And I don't know exactly how long it's gonna take me to get like fully back in the saddle. But I have the Dark Heresy early access, and the story in it is extremely interesting, and I very much want to make content about it. I also am not good at CRPGs like that, and so I started it, played it for a while, and then something started happening in Darktide, and it got me distracted from it. Thanks, Marvel. I appreciate it. But I'm already looking at adding more Darktide, or sorry, more 40K content into like what I do regularly. I love tons and tons and tons of games. I have a crazy tinfoil hat Fallout 4 theory that I've always wanted to make a video about and just haven't yet. Sepulchre Under Aura, only when playing with friends. Yeah, Helldivers is getting a Melta before Darktide, but here's the thing. They're made in the same engine. Darktide and Helldivers 2, both Stingray engine. So I'm feeling pretty good about those data mines. Buddy, we all need healing. The questions you asked were genuine. I completely missed them, Evan. I'm not even sure they came through. YouTube sometimes will just like eat chats if they're a little bit too long or something. So I didn't see them, but yeah, if you have questions, absolutely ask away. You've got a pretty nutty Warhammer theory. What is it? Hello, Comadre. Oh, not on chat. What questions were there? Evan, you gotta be direct with me, man. I still am in no brain land. You don't mind randoms unless it's Havoc. The post, I mean, about questions. Oh, no, yeah, I did know the, no, I took pretty much all of them. I think there were a couple people who I was like, hey, obviously this question is like a goof. But, no, yeah, I just haven't gotten around to making that video yet because I was working on, the Ermal data slate tablet one and that translation and everything. And then Barry's health took a nosedive, and all that happened. And so I just I have been slowly still picking away. I basically was just like completely mentally and emotionally just out of commission for, I'm gonna say like 5 days or something like that. I just was basically like a fucking zombie. I'm doing a lot better overall right now. We got his ashes back yesterday, so he's home now, which is nice. But still, it's just like, you know, it's very touch and go day by day. So I will definitely eventually get to that video that just like, because I have so many questions or just like things that I want to point out, just like, this is an unfinished plot thread. This is an unfinished plot thread. Just like, you know, the multitude of them. So I do fully intend to make that video still, now that I remember that it's a thing. Thank you for reminding me. Do you think Sisters of Silence be added to Darktide? Fuck no. There is basically an absolutely like negative. I think the chance of them ever putting in, oh fuck, shit. I think them ever putting in, oh shit, a blank is basically like in the negatives. If Fat Shark is smart, they will never do that. Because putting in a player class that completely like nullifies one of the existing player classes is a fucking dick move. That would be bullshit, and it would completely make it so like you wouldn't be able to take a Psyker to play ever, because you never know if you're gonna have a fucking blank on your team, and it would make your character completely useless. It's a dumbass idea. It's a shit design choice, and if Fat Shark is smart, they will never even entertain the thought. Nutty theories as follows. Tyranids are tools of the surviving old ones. There are people who think that. I've heard that before. It wouldn't even be like Vet. I mean, Psyker doesn't have access to the full arsenal that Veteran does. It would just make Psyker completely worthless. Might as well blow up Tertium at that point. There's no way Mortarian's gonna be involved in Darktide. Mistress of Silence would take away the Psyker after the mission. Well, also, like, you just wouldn't be able to play your fucking class. Like, oh god, it'd just be insanely bad. Well, one of those, oh my god, Inquisitorial Templars. The cyborg knight-looking fuckers with the sword and shield. Hello, Jesse boy. Oh, I saw what you said about showing your wife that you played. What'd she think? Was she super hyped for you? No, I know, Evan, but like I did legit forget that was a video idea I was gonna do. So thank you for reminding me. Is there an in-game manual that explains the mechanics of the game? No! Welcome to Fat Shark. I feel like a lot of keywords are without explanation. Correct! Hello, Sergeant Recon. If there was a blank and a Psyker in the same team, try and end themselves just for being close to the blank. I mean, depending on how they decided to depict it, but even still, it just wouldn't be fun to be able to play a fucking character. Hello, Goober. Love the Space Marine video. Makes me legit hope for a Chaos Space Marine boss. Well, have I got some news for you? Because this data slate that I'm working on, the data slate video, and translating the High Gothic on the data slate that we pick up at the end of No Man's Land, I am pretty sure is pointing to the involvement of at least one Plague Marine in Darktide.
You are certain you installed the data interrogator correctly?
Yes, I have seen that Helldivers 2 is getting a Melt-A-Gun. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I feel like the Helldivers 2 Warhammer Warbond is pretty fucking underwhelming. I feel like it's a wasted opportunity. I felt the same about the Halo Warbond. They, like, yeah, they did a few iconic weapons, but they didn't put anything into the game that didn't really already exist in a major capacity. And as far as Helldivers 2 is concerned, so basically at this point, so like, let's pause for a second. Talk about a different popular game that came out this year, Arc Raiders. And Arc Raiders was insanely popular. It absolutely killed and had tons and tons and tons of people playing for it for a long time. And then what happened was people realized that it didn't really have anything more going on for it than vibes. There would never be any kind of narrative. There would never be any kind of like resolution to anything. Nothing would develop in a linear capacity that makes the game feel like it makes any sense. And so people left it. They were just like, okay, I mean, it's vibes-based and it's good and it's fun in sight, but I'm out. On top of like the issues that people started having with the gameplay and, you know, capacity for feeling like you had agency and stuff like that. So Helldivers 2 is exactly the same. It's pretty clear at this point that Arrowhead has absolutely no writer at the helm of anything. No story, no narrative. They also made a very terrible decision for a Helldivers game at the inception of Helldivers 2 whenever they decided that the map would never reset like it did in Helldivers 1. So essentially, like, we are going to be very clearly playing this one continuous war from the beginning of from the beginning of Helldivers 2 to the end of it. And the problem with that is that it makes it so nothing ever has any stakes. In Helldivers 1, Super Earth would get attacked, and then like the people who were into Helldivers and wanted to come back to it continuously, that was like almost their seasonal, you know, content update. Like if things got to the point where Super Earth was being attacked, people would be like, oh, holy shit, I need to go do my part. And then, you know, get involved, log in, help with the fight and stuff, because you don't want to lose Super Earth. If you lose Super Earth, you lose the war. They made the baffling decision to not do that with Helldivers 2, and it makes it so nothing has any stakes. Because if, like, you know, Super Earth or a different planet is under siege and we're like, holy shit, we're gonna lose this planet or we're gonna lose this city on Super Earth, then once that's done, even if you lose, the next story beat is like, hey, guess what, guys? We're collecting materials to build a different city. It doesn't fucking matter. It's like it never even happened. And so between that and the fact that like all of these like big crossover war bonds that they keep doing, like, sure, it's neat that you can have like a very Halo, like I would say the sets of armor, like obviously very Halo or very, you know, 40K in their appearance. And the weapons as well. But the thing is that like just because they have neat skins, it doesn't mean that they function any differently, really effectively from things that we already have in the game. So it's basically like, okay, come spend even more money on this war bond that's even more expensive because it's an extra premium war bond, and then like you get nothing that basically wasn't already in the game. I don't think that that is a sustainable model, and I don't think it's going to do anything long-term for Helldivers 2 in helping get people interested in it or excited about it again. Cloaker, if you want to play Havoc, I'm down. Well done, team! Excellent work! Some of you debuted your Imperial Guard cosplay. Nice! Very cool. I think the whole design of Helldivers 2 incentivizing people to split up the map is way less fun. I don't know, like the actual gameplay itself, like the core gameplay of it is fun and it's fine. But it's the fact that like there's just no stakes in Helldivers 2. Hey, Dorm, thanks for the raid. Hello, hello. Once you've done difficulty 10 a couple times, it gets stale. Yeah. The only battle in Helldivers 2 that felt meaningful was the first one, Malevolent Creek. Yeah, and that's because it was very community-driven and everything. At this point, nothing really feels terribly, like, community-driven. Nobody really latches on to anything. And also, like, they just keep kind of doing nothing. Like, it's like, oh, there's this big event where you're gonna go to, like, Cyberstan. You know, we're gonna siege Cyberstan or whatever. And then, like, you go and do the missions there, and it's like... And the result of that is shrug. You know, it's the wormhole, I feel like, is the perfect, like, example of this. And that's that, you know, there was this big fucking wormhole. It was just sitting there menacingly for however long. Then at some point, like, sounds started coming out of it. It was really intriguing. Everybody was like, holy fuck, what is this? Then the wormhole started moving and it passed through a planet. And, like, you know, it's like, oh, the planet got destroyed by a wormhole. Except if you went and looked at the planet, I think it was Angel's Venture, it very clearly was not, like, pulled apart, like, disintegrated as if it had been pulled into a black hole. It was clearly blasted. And so it was like, whoa, what the fuck? And then in the end, it was just like, LOL, shrug. I don't know. That was the thing that happened. Wasn't that cool? It's all very, it's all just, wait a minute. Is this, so right now we're looking for Gibby Gamer, Dr. 360, and Captain Ahab. So Ursula. Just a second. Because I may have to leave the strike team. Stop. Just a second, you guys. Yes. You're okay, Patry. Okay, so Gibby, Dr. 360, and Captain Ahab, now you guys can join. Is Darktide any different? Yes. Because Darktide actually has, like, characters that have personalities and, like, and I'm not even talking about the player characters. I'm talking about, like, the NPCs and everything like that. They have continuing, like, character arcs and narratives and stuff like that. No worries, Zoran. Hey, thanks so much for the raid. Got a con on Sunday? Nice. That sounds like a lot of fun. I hope it's a great time. Hello, Rob. Hello, Southfang. You like Cyberstan because you couldn't physically get to it until Arrowhead said so? I mean, that's also the thing, too. Completing the Skitarii penances gave your backlog a bit of attention. Been slowly losing attention from Darktide. That's fair. I can't blame you. Oh, damn it. The friend code was there. Twitch does this thing where, it won't let me pin things in my own fucking chat. And so then Beatty has to do it for me. And like right now, it still won't let me pin that to the top of the chat. And because Beatty is working and he can only be here on mobile, it won't let you pin it for the whole duration of the stream. It's only for like 30 minutes. So every 30 minutes, I have to keep reposting the damn friend code. Globosaurus, thanks for the follow. Welcome. Got back into Payday 2? Nice. Okay. There's one event mission up on the board, which means that we're missing an event mission. Background NPCs in Helldivers 2. I mean, like, even if they would just, like, commit... I understand that, especially in a game like Helldivers 2, it's extra difficult to like have there be a cohesive narrative because you have 3 different fronts and everything. But like even still, Helldivers 1 did a better job of having a hello, Ro. A narrative, because like you would get to the end of the war and then like either you would win or you would lose, and then like, you know, it had a voiceover narration and everything. You know, you'd talk to the COs on the ships and stuff like that. They would have thoughts and opinions on how the war is going per cycle and everything. It was more engaging, and again, it felt like it had stakes. Do you think we'll get a Vermintide 3? I don't know. I honestly don't know. A moment of silence for Vermintide, dude. Vermintide 2 has been around for fucking ever. I think it's okay that they at least are paused on it for a while. I have a feeling that it hasn't gotten its final update, even though it really does need to be sunset. At this point, I think that they've completed Vermintide 2, and they can give that attention to Darktide. But, I don't know. You already got Skitarii due to a friend. What would I recommend next? Link, that really depends on what you enjoy playing in Darktide. Hello, Azzy. You Vermintide 3 in Age of Sigmar. I kind of have a feeling, and this might be wrong, but I kind of have a feeling that Fat Shark is probably ready to do some things that isn't specifically in the Warhammer IP. Let's see, I think it was last summer. There was an interview that was published by a major publication, like game publication, where Victor Magnuson, you know, somebody asked, the interviewer asked, like, hey, are you guys going to do Vermintide 3, Darktide 2? Like, you know, what's next for you? And he basically said, like, there's not going to be a Vermintide 3 or a Darktide 2, at least for the foreseeable future. Like, as far out as they're willing to look for the future of what they want to make right now, sequels for either of these games are not on the table. He was like, yeah, what we want to do is just like support these games and just kind of, you know, keep them updated with quarterly updates for, you know, however long, but we're not looking at making sequels to them right now. So live right now on Darktide, played it every day for like 3.5 weeks straight. Very fair. Wait, stats show that it's not even close? What? Wait, what? Stats show what? I missed it. I mean, yeah, Warhammer is also just immensely more popular because of Space Marines. Like, the reason why Space Marines are such a focal point of 40k, and also people are just absolutely rabid, foaming at the mouth over, like, no, Space Marines are the best thing ever. They're the best thing ever. Nothing can beat a Space Marine, is because they're, like, that's what made 40k popular. I mean, shit, honestly, Warhammer Fantasy wouldn't exist in the capacity it does if 40k wasn't successful. Like, really, pretty much all in all, Games Workshop owes its popularity to, you know, I'm sure that they would have stayed around and been successful as like a miniature tabletop wargaming company or whatever, but not nearly the capacity that they are as like a mainstay staple of it if it weren't for Space Marines. Is Vermintide 2 fun? Oh yeah. So here's the thing about the Meltagun and Helldivers 2. You guys should be excited about this in terms of Darktide, because Helldivers 2 is in the same damn engine as Darktide. They're both Stingray, and also, like, so you know how we all kind of noticed that Expeditions is like Helldivers 2 mode for Darktide? I'm starting to think that wasn't an accident, and that there may have been possibly some collaboration that was never announced or something. I don't know, but yeah, so between the data mines about Meltagun's having received like the symbols and stuff like that for the mastery tracks on them earlier this year, and the fact that Helldivers 2 is getting a Meltagun and it's in the same engine, I feel pretty good about our chances on getting a Meltagun this year for Darktide. Don't forget about Blood Bowl 2. Okay, go look up the Steam chart numbers on that right now. Tell me what its peak was and what its current player base is, please. You guys always like mention these things. You're like, yeah, but what about this thing? And it's like, that is an incredibly niche. I was fully out of the way of that dog. Okay, cool. Thank you, game. You know, it may be a thing that you love, but overall, it's a very niche thing that, compared to something like Space Marine 2 or even Darktide or, you know, whatever, the popularity on it is just not there. Problem with Helldivers at Arrowhead is a Swedish studio. They love taking 150-year breaks. That's not the problem with it. The problem is that they don't know what they're doing. They have absolutely no goal or direction for what they want for Helldivers 2, and so they're floundering. Helldivers 2 is a completely vibes-based experience at this point, especially whenever it comes to like stakes or anything that would feel like it's driving the game forward or make the war mean anything. So they're just always throwing shit at the wall. And, you know, that's why they're jumping around from thing to thing, where it's like, there's a wormhole. It sucked a planet up. Except if you go to the planet, it clearly was, like, blasted by something. It wasn't sucked up. What's up with that? We don't fucking know. There'll never be any resolution on that. And then also, you know, here's another, go make fucking Termicide again for the 3rd time. Isn't that fun? Don't you love making Termicide and then using it? It made flying enemies one time. Will it ever do anything again? Probably not. Isn't the engine abandoned? Yeah, it's no longer receiving updates. So Stingray was actually made by Fatshark, I believe, for Vermintide 1, for Tide Games. And then they sold it to Adobe. And then Adobe was like, yeah, we're not updating this anymore. I'm sorry, but Helldivers 2 is all just completely vibes-based, and it's so fucking obnoxious. Because they keep having, like, interesting concepts that they keep throwing at the wall, and then you want those to, like, pay off or mean anything, and they're like, LOL, that's done. Wasn't that fun? Wasn't that cool and interesting? Yeah, we're winning. It's not because they're not doing work. They're very clearly doing work. I mean, like, I understand that, you know, a country where they have labor laws and actually treat people decently and allow them to have, like, an adequate amount of time off is, you know, something that we don't really vibe with as, you know, Americans or people from other countries where they don't have that copious amount of time of, like, being able to live a life outside of work. But the thing is that, like, I mean, Fatshark does work on Darktide. Arrowhead does work on their game. The thing is, with Arrowhead, they have no idea what the fuck it is they want to do. And that's incredibly clear from the inception of Helldivers 2, the decisions that they made that honestly kind of shot themselves in the foot for being able to create a game and a community experience that actually feels like it's driving anywhere. They're consistently communicating with their audience, too. I see people saying, like, it's because they're scared of their community. Like, no, they're not. They're not hiding from their community. Fatshark, I think, is a little bit scared of their community. They don't hardly ever communicate anything. Arrowhead's always communicating. They just don't know what it is that they actually want to do with it. They have this game. Helldivers 1 was successful and a big, like, cult hit. It had a big cult following. And I think that they expected Helldivers 2 to be very much the same. And then it launched. And it was a fucking, I mean, it was a pop culture sensation. Like, everybody knows what Helldivers 2 is if you pay attention to video games at all, to the point where they decided that they were immediately gonna make a fucking movie for it. Do I have all the achievements in Darktide? No. what requirement Sony added? The one that they didn't actually add? And then also they've gone and unlocked it from a lot of different regions, so there isn't really any reason that Helldiver's player count couldn't be high. It's just that people don't want to play it because it's not engaging. Was this on PC or Xbox? What? Do you think it would be unprecedented if Arrowhead and Fat Shark merged as a single company? I don't think that would be unprecedented at all. I can't really see them doing that though. Missing one achievement. It's at 93 and it's killing you. Which one? I mean, the whole PlayStation login thing was like, it never was fully implemented as far as I'm aware, and then was like walked back within a week, maybe two, of Sony being like, we're gonna make you do this starting at this date, and people were like, the fuck you are, and then they were like, no, you're right, our bad, the fuck we are. That's also part of why I think Sony isn't going to make PC ports of anything anymore. Because, like, gamers are just so, like, fuck you, I won't do what you tell me on PC. And I think at this point they're like, well then, fine. We won't even give you games to play on PC. You make us sad and feel bad. You hurt our little feelings, our corporate feelings. Fuck Sony. Dune Awakening. You know, that's a game I haven't heard about since it came out. Have I played any of the Dawn of War games? A little bit, yeah.
Splintered, sundered, screaming. Is that so?
Dream Team? Oh shit, which one is Dream Team? I feel like Arrowhead just doesn't know what they want Helldivers to do. I mean, they've said so in interviews. They were like, yeah, Helldivers 1... Obviously, it wasn't huge, but it had its cult following and its die-hard fan base. They were like, that's what we thought we were going to be working with here. And then the game sold however many millions of copies, and we were like shitting bricks because we didn't know how the fuck to handle that. And I think that it shows. I think it shows in their like essentially, you know, attempts to make decisions and try to give it a direction since launch, and the fact that they just really haven't given it one. Medkit. Oh, I see. You want the medkit. Missions where no one goes in. Sony just hates money. I mean, maybe. Yeah, they're definitely making some of the decisions of all time. We're gonna delete 500 movies that you've purchased. We're not gonna refund you. We're gonna stop physical media. We're gonna jack up the price of our last gen console whenever the next one's on its way. There's definitely some decisions. We're gonna keep putting out shit movies. You want Helldivers to have a rating? Yeah. I mean, it would be really cool if Helldivers had, like, any... It doesn't even need to have, you know, like, core NPC characters or anything like that. If they just had, you know, like, if they ever followed... So they have, like, 3 different fronts, right? If they ever had, like, a sequence of events per faction that made it feel like there was any cohesion as to, like, you know, like, what the enemy goals or objectives are, but just, like, everything... It's all vibes and it's all anarchy, and it doesn't make it clear exactly what's supposed to be. Like, again, I mean, the whole point is like, well, it's just warmongering, right? Super Earth is just a fascist dictatorship that, you know, they just need to always be at war to keep people afraid and in line. I get that, but just like, it doesn't do a good job of driving anything home from any direction. Shit. Fuck! Part of Wolfer's brain are we giving the aneurysm today? Oh, I'm not sure. Long. Southang. So let's see. There's 1, 2, 3. You'll be, so there's your 3 strike teams out right now, and you would be in the 3rd of that. I think Arrowhead had a plan for what they wanted to do until they realized that the game like had, you know, however many millions of pre-orders, and then on launch was so immensely popular that they literally couldn't keep the game up and running, and they were like, oh fuck, what the, like, it happens whenever you accidentally like essentially face plant into success like that. It's very jarring, not only just from like essentially a management perspective, because like a like physical like workload and everything, because you're like, oh fuck, now I have to like deliver for all these people, like what the fuck am I gonna do? But then also just like psychologically too, it'll do a fucking number on you. The imposter syndrome hits hard. You know, you start second guessing all of the decisions that you're making, because like, you know, it's just like, oh, there are all these people here like watching. What if I fuck up or something? It's a very real thing. So I'm not saying like I think that Arrowhead is like stupid or anything for like what's happened, but I think it's pretty clear that they're just floundering. It would be cool to see them turn it around, but from the execution and like the lack of story or anything having any meaningful stakes in Helldivers 2 to essentially like all of their like super premium warbond, like the crossovers, Halo and Warhammer obviously being the main examples. The warbonds just feel mediocre at best. They're just not exciting. The hotshot lasgun and the bolt pistol don't really bring anything, at least I assume, based on the weapons that they chose. Hey, you're unfinished, and then I can't read the rest of your name, but thank you so much for the super chat. Hang on, once I can safely take my hands off my mouse and keyboard, I will pop you a party popper. Maybe a minute for that though. Here we go. Huh, for you! Well, I fucking love Halo Raiden. Schnipply! Thanks, you're awesome. Yeah, Sade, yes, I did hear about like a ton of Bethesda, ID, ZeniMax, etc. getting that in. Valve wants you to buy a Steam machine. Ooh, oh, Sony wants you to buy a PC? Is that what you're saying? So many heretics. It's like a tide of vermin. Warhammer 40,000 Dark Tide. Microsoft is stupid. All game companies are pretty fucking stupid right now. I definitely think that we are just, I mean, speaking in terms of like where we are in terms of like pro-consumer versus anti-consumer, pro-labor versus anti-labor. Oh my god, thank you. I thought that, I was like, holy fuck, the heretics have turned into ghosts, but you were just coming to sue me. Thank you. You know, we're definitely in a low point right now as far as anything feeling friendly for anybody but businesses. And I mean, that's just kind of the cycle of these things, right? You know, we had the Gilded Age, and that sucked ass for everybody unless you were rich, and that was about 100 years ago. Then we went through however long, you know, like essentially people saying fuck this and like, you know, stopping participating and actively fighting against it, like literally bloodshed level of fighting. And then, you know, things were better for a while. And then, you know, you go 100 years of things being, aight, you're a fucking rich bitch, you get comfortable. And you're like, oh, people are complacent. We can totally, like, pull this shit again. And people will be fine with it. Except it's, you know, we have a lot more technology and globalization now, so it looks a lot different because it looks a lot more like a frog getting slowly boiled in a pot of water. But, I mean, like, people, especially gamers, like, we're a fucking stubborn group. there's one group of consumers you don't want to piss off. It's your gaming crowd, because boy oh boy are we loud. And then also there are people within our ranks that know how to fuck your shit up digitally, and like access information they shouldn't have and stuff like that. So I don't think it's gonna pan out well long term for companies like Sony and stuff like that. But yeah, we're definitely in one of the moments of time. Dude. Oh yeah, I think that Rage Against the Machine could probably be just like my personal soundtrack. Helldivers note, are they gonna have a competition with PAX Autocratica whenever that comes out? I haven't heard of PAX Autocratica. We also have very short memory. I think though it's been a hot minute since, like, you know, as many companies, I mean, like, you have all the tech bros and the AI shit happening right now. Then you have, you know, Sony just really absolutely bending over and fucking consumers every opportunity that they get. You have Microsoft, you know, trying to shove AI down our throats and sneak it into games and products and stuff. And then also gutting their workforce and things like that, which, I mean, like, the game industry has always had atrocious turnover rates and treats people that work for them like cattle. Like, that's not surprising, but it's just kind of like this whole like ecosystem, like the well has been poisoned in tech, and video games is part of that. And I think it's been a hot minute since we've seen like such a miasma of just like, wow, actually everything is garbage right now. Everyone is just shitting the bed left and right. And then at the same time, you have, you know, like this whole thing about like, oh, games are always in early access and may or may not ever deliver. And then also, like, you know, fucking Darktide launches as a 1.0 product, and it had no business calling itself 1.0. It's just this, I don't know. Something just feels, in general terms, in a worse place universally for all of these things that, like, at least here within this community, we would be the core audience and, like, you know, consumers for and everything like that. And I don't think that it's gonna be something that can be sustained long term, like permanently. People are definitely gonna get fed the fuck up. At least we got Fallout 3 in New Vegas announcements. Yes. I'm in the old world dying. I'm in the new world struggling to be born. I'm in the combination old world dying, new world struggling to be born. Imagine next update we have to fight Typhus. Whew. Look, I will fucking drop dead of surprise if Games Workshop signs off on having a big named license, you know, like a name from the Warhammer IP in Darktide.
Acceptable. You may proceed with the demolition phase. Destroy the synthesizer.
Bad as the music industry or the movie industry. I mean, it's all just shit right now, man. But here's the thing, like, also, I mean, you can actually tell, at least with the movie industry, that consumer trends and everything and what people do or don't decide to put their money into and participate in does matter, because everybody's fucking burned out on comic book movies and, like, you know, the Mario movies and all. Like, these were the only fucking movies that were getting made for a hot minute. And then, like, you know, last year and then also this year in a big way, you have Backrooms, you have Obsession, you have The Odyssey. And, like, obviously, The Odyssey is a fucking Christopher Nolan movie. That is a major Hollywood product, you know, through and through. But even still, it's just, like, it's a movie. It's not a stupid, you know, blunt comic book movie or something like that, where it's like literally all you're going is to see a guy in the particular suit that you recognize the most from Marvel stuff or from a Saturday morning cartoon punch another guy. Like, it has more to it than that. It has like an actual story. It has weight to it and stuff, and it has like themes and things that can be like analyzed, and it's more of a thinker. I'm not gonna say it's like, you know, the biggest art piece or anything or cerebral all the way through, but I would say that it's better. People are just getting tired of that shit. People are tired of being underestimated and, you know, having things made for an audience that just like assumes that it's dumb, the audience is dumber than they actually are. Because like, even though, you know, I know a lot of us are like, the internet wants to sell us like, LOL, look how stupid people are. Look how, you know, dumb people behave and stuff like that. And like, obviously everybody has their moments like that. And it makes it so easy with the internet to like catch somebody's like a highlight reel of stupidity or something and, you know, put it out for everybody to see. But all in all, in general, people are a lot smarter than they're given credit for. He's not particularly deep, but I would say there's still more there than, you know, Spider-Man or the Avengers. What Dark Tide song do I like the most? Honestly, no. I know the answer to this. Really. It's the Kinsora's Folly whenever you're actually like raiding and clearing out the stronghold there. I mean, Goober, I would say there's even something there too. Like, at least with the Odyssey, I was a big fan of it, and I expected to hate it. I thought that it was gonna be like a super dumbed down version of the tale. But hey, well done, team. Excellent work. Just saw something horrifying. Nurgle's champion is getting into Warhammer. Oh, that's what that's about. I see. 90% of us think that we're smarter than we're all. Maybe some people, but I still think on a whole, like if you're talking about like an audience for something, so we're talking like on the scale of things that are made to be like, you know, contemporary pop culture things that are made to be delivered to what they're hoping is a large audience. I think that for a long time, there was an air of underestimating people on the whole and just being like, oh, we can't, you know, we don't want to do anything too big with this because like people are dumb and they wouldn't get it. And like, I think, I mean, if you think about it in terms of like, people love video essays and stuff like that on YouTube. Channel 5 News is fucking massive. And he does fantastic documentaries where essentially he goes to like different places in the country and in the world and like talks to people who live there and have these lived experiences and stuff like that. Like people are interested in that. You're okay, Gibby, no worries. Not me, you? Oh, you were already in the queue. That's why it wasn't letting you in. Not me, not you. Sage Modanon and Woosty Von Fjords. You guys are up. I know Arbitrator is more of a melee tank. Any build that does respectable damage to bosses doesn't involve spearhead bolt gun. Arbitrator just kind of struggles with boss damage, just in general. Dude, I fucking love Andrew Callahan. But Gilhander, that's kind of my thing, is like, hey, thanks so much for the sub. Hard for you. Let me pop you a party popper. You know, I know you said that like people think they're smarter than they actually are, but I think on the whole, as far as like what people show, especially on like YouTube and stuff like that, what they choose to consume and what they choose to engage with, I think that a lot of people also show that even though if they might like Love Island or like, you know, the things, also let me pop you the party popper. Blam! Thanks, you're awesome. Globosaurus, I think I missed it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. If you look at what people choose to consume and like watch and participate in when they don't think anybody's looking, I think that you'll find that people tend to have overall a high, like they're more interested in stuff that they want to like engage with and like think about and stuff like that. Like absolutely, there's, you know, like the chill, leave this on as like a comfort thing, or to like have some sound with you or something, or to feel like somebody's doing something with you. There's absolutely that kind of stuff. I won't say that there isn't, but I think that on the whole, people are looking to engage with stuff that will get them thinking and feel like they want to have a conversation about something. If you guys are down for Havoc, I'm down. Kesha. I love Kesha, you know, she has some bangers, dude.
Take this and use it well.
Oh no, Terrace! No worries.
You hear the call of
Let's see, I have Havoc level 22. It's Clandestium, Gloriana, and Heinous Rituals. So if you guys are down, I'm down. And we'll actually get to, like, heal ourselves. What a concept. Havoc gives you 3k diamantine, yeah. Okay, Q has been rotated. Maelstrom? Did you want to do Maelstrom? I fucking love Channel 5. I love what he does. In, like, not long after I graduated college and stuff like that, that was the kind of shit that I wanted to do, is just, like, go somewhere and just, like, talk to people and just be like, no, I'm genuinely just interested. Like, tell me about what makes you tick. Tell me about what it's actually like being here. Tell me about your story. Like, it's important. Everybody's individual perspective is what, you know, gels together and, like, actually makes us, you know, a functional group and stuff like that. So I think what he does is super interesting. You couldn't like Havoc? That's, well, also, so where did you start with Havoc? Did you start from Havoc level 1, or did you, like, jump in at Havoc level 16 or higher? Next update is Gene Stealers and Drukhari. We'll see. I think it's probably going to be weapons and a big rebalance on classes. Starbelly, you have to do it on its own, sorry. Oh, right, no, I'm sorry. You were just showing, I'm sorry. I'm with you now. I see what you're doing. Let's see. Silent Roses, Teros, and Patry, you guys are up next. No, you're fine, Starbelly. I didn't notice that Spear asked how to do it, and so I thought that you were like, I can probably play. I was like, fuck yeah, but also didn't actually put you in the queue. So working your way into Havoc, how big of a jump is it from Damnation and Auric? So of the Samurai, it is actually, it depends on where you start with Havoc. If you are somebody who is interested in playing Havoc, but everything that you've ever heard and seen from people, like on live streams or in their videos or stuff like that, it looks like something that you don't want to touch with a 10-foot pole, or you're worried about, you know, it kicking your ass, start at Havoc level 1. Just start from the beginning and just go through it level by level, because it starts at, like, what? It's about the same in difficulty as a Malice mission. It's really not bad. I saw E made some Havoc, guys. Yeah, it doesn't really start to get spicy until 20. The jump from 20 to 21. So once you get to Havoc level 21, that's whenever it's gonna start pushing your shit in. Unless, you know, at least where it gets beyond Auric level difficulty, I should say. Maybe you're gonna fucking sail through to Havoc 40 and you're never gonna break a sweat. Maybe you're one of those people. Would streaming for more people to play with be a good investment? Tarek Whitefield, do you mean like for you? Like, so essentially are you asking if you stream Darktide, would you find like groups to play with and stuff? Is that what you're asking? It's hardest in Darktide. What's the hardest in Darktide? Would expeditions be harder? A lot of people struggle with expeditions because there isn't as much cover for you to take. I gotcha. Hello, Wootmane. That is true. People do like to tend to help. If you're thinking about streaming, like, or essentially trying to find groups of people to play with and stuff like that, yes, do know that if you've never streamed before, if streaming is something that you have always thought about doing and you've just never pulled the trigger on it or something, hold on. Hang on, guys. I gotta lock in here. Jesus Christ. Oh, no. Oh, no. Damn it. We'll try again. Hey, Yeti, thanks so much for the sub. Huh? For you. Let me pop you a party popper. Oh, damn it. That one didn't work. Hang on. Damn it. That one didn't work either. Dante, water. Blam! Thanks, you're awesome. Oh, thanks, Yeti. You're so sweet. I appreciate you. Benjamin the Man, hello. Welcome. I'm doing all right. My first stream back since losing Barry was Wednesday. And part of it was that, like, I don't want to just keep... I need to do something to keep myself sane. And I also missed you guys. And I know, like, he was visible. He was very visible in, like, what I do and stuff like that. He's my call to action. There used to be a redeem to be like, hey, look how fucking cute this cat is and stuff. And so,
There is only war.
he was core to the channel and stuff that I do. And so, yeah, I wanted to be here with you guys and say thank you for all your support and everything. And for, what are the words I'm looking for? Just loving him, you know, being excited about him and wanting to see him and accepting him, letting him into your lives and also me and stuff like that. So, Dud Party Poppers are tragic. Alex, it's been a minute. How are you doing? He was a very good boy. He was the best gremlin. Do you think the admonition cultist members might become a plague bearer? I think that they're going to get reinforcements because the Dark Communion, in my opinion, is pretty clearly them trying to summon a great unclean one. And so, a great unclean one, if admonition were successful in summoning one, their generals in Nurgle's army, as a greater demon, they come with like a whole demonic host of lesser demons that will arrive with them, almost certainly. May's concerned of breaking some rules or standards you're unaware of? What, with Havoc? Or just games in general? Honestly, dude, don't even worry about it. Darktide had like a big rush of new players come in just a couple months ago, like just before Skitarii came out, because the game became free on PlayStation Plus. And let me tell you, it was fucking anarchy out here. It just like there are some things to know in best practices and things will make you a teammate that like teams of randoms love to have on their team versus, you know, somebody who will make them go, oh god, why would you do that? But like it's not a big deal, dude. It's just a fucking game. And anybody who's gonna get so tilted to the point that it's gonna ruin their whole fucking day if they lose a match of Darktide or something, like that person has a them problem. It has nothing to do with you. few weeks ago. You just max better today? Hell yeah. Nobody starts out knowing how to do anything in any game, especially a fucking Tide game, and especially Dark Tide. Part of that is because the damn game doesn't explain it to you very well itself. There are best practices and etiquette and stuff like that, and I do need to finish my beginners series. I have so much to do, and I feel so guilty that I'm so far behind. Whenever I was talking about, you know, like Arrowhead and like, you know, whenever you accidentally like faceplant without even realizing, like into success, and something that you make has like resonates with a lot more people, that came from a place of experience. My first Dark Tide video, I had no idea. I didn't think anybody would fucking watch it. And that one video, and that was my first long video that I had ever made. Ever. And that one video popped me up to being, like monetization level on YouTube. And it was a huge oh shit moment. I was like, fuck, I have all these people I have to deliver for. And that's something that I feel like I consistently am not good at. And I always feel really bad. I'm really guilty. Like, I'm not fast enough and I don't do enough. Especially, and not to say that like I'm always comparing myself with you or something, but just like, goddamn, them guys, him and Jeff and like people that can just sit down in front of a microphone and just like completely just stream of consciousness talk about stuff, fucking crazy to me. I have to script. Every single one of my scripts is basically a full-length argumentative essay. Like, it's a typical script, like a standard length one, is anywhere between 7 to 12 pages. Long ones, I think that my record for a length in a script was like 25 pages or something like that. Like, they're long. Aw, thanks, Joe. We're all here because we obeyed the cat. Hell yeah. Space Jizz, what? Oh! Yeah, and then YouTube got stupid over Space Jizz. So in the video, the first Dark Tide video I ever made, it was called Our Tyranids Coming to Dark Tide. And it was about the possibility of gene stealers in Dark Tide. Son of a fuck! God, please, please, please,
There's so
please,
many
no!
sounds.
Oh no! Oh, the Wombo combo. I hate them. Do I feel boxed in my only Dark Tide? No. Well, like, the fucking fire went off, like, the flame bomb exploded literally as I got trapped. The two happened concurrently, and that's a heartbreaker. I don't think he is really too big into the liquid courage, but his, like, drunk stream was, like, the day after, Barry passed, and I was like, oh, I need to see this. I very much could use a pick-me-up in seeing something ridiculous. Shit. Good try, team. The next penance help stream will be tomorrow, like normal. But anyways, what I was saying, so Tyranids are coming to Dark Tide. I was talking about how, like, gene stealers, whenever people get infected, they feel like really compelled to reproduce. And I had also talked about like a comparison of like what happens with gene stealers and stuff. We'll do like Rolling Steel. Hang on, don't leave. We'll do Rolling Steel or something and get a W in for this team. Oh, help my penances? Never. I don't think he would do as well off the cuff if he was, say, analyzing a fake Latin video. That's very fair. The stuff that I do a ton of research and a ton of like writing and constructing on all of my videos. But still, it's a skill that I'm very envious of, because even if I wasn't doing, you know, like intense lore or something, I still don't think that I could just sit down in front of the mic and just off the cuff the kind of the way they do. Benjamin the Mad, thank you so much for the gifted community sub. Hard for you, Mia. Pop you a party popper. Yep, Helldivers 2 is getting a Warhammer Warbond and a Meltagun with it. And we'll see if that ends up translating to a Meltagun and Darktide. Blam! Thanks, you're awesome. Also, thanks for the sub yourself. Hard for you. Let me pop you another party popper. Blam! Thanks, you're awesome. Ooh, that one really hit. That was a money shot. Helldivers 2 and Darktide are made in the same engine, if you didn't know. And so that makes me feel better about our chances of getting a Meltagun in Darktide. Oh yeah, anytime anybody does like a super chat or bits of more than $1, subs, YouTube channel membership, stuff like that, I do party poppers as like a celebration of you being awesome.
Listen up. Cargo train RTX 590.
Wait, what? Benjamin the Map, thanks so much for 5 gifted community subs. Hard for you. Let me see. I think that this box of party poppers, there's 3 left in here. That's okay. Guess what? I have more boxes of party poppers. Shablam! 1, 2.
That train isn't on schedule. I want
Schedule.
all sectors on alert.
3.
Time to be hero.
Hang on, I need 2 more.
Cars are paid on inquisitorial strength.
4.
Clear that our fates are in your hands.
Blam! 5. Thanks, you're awesome. I know, right? Schedule. Oh, Brayden, dude, I fucking love to talk about like the lore and stuff and where things might be going. I love talking about meta. I love talking about fucking anything you guys want to talk about. Star Kelly, thanks so much for the sub. For you, oh my god, the Mobian 21st is after me. Hang on.
But will not reach the train in time.
Nice. Oh, for you. Wonder if we can get a hype train. Choo choo. Blam! Thanks, you're awesome. Autodesk Stingray engines, so old they literally killed it. It's definitely old, yeah. I think so. Fat Shark developed it. It is their engine. They made it. It was proprietary for them, and I believe that they made it for the first Tide game, for Vermintide 1. And then they sold it to Autodesk. They sold it to Adobe, and they turned it into an Autodesk product. And then at the time that they bought it, that's what they were like, yeah, we're also not going to update it like ever. Bye, guys. So that, you know, definitely sucks. Hey, Broken Sandy, thanks so much for the YouTube channel membership. And Scab Hunter, thank you so much for gifting a community sub. Give me a second here, you guys. I'll pop you some party poppers. You think Ogren should get Melta? That'd be fucking dope.
Is it harmonious?
Yeah, so if you sub to the channel, if you're on Twitch and you sub to the channel and you haven't subbed before, you get access to like different emotes and stuff like that, and then also you get to watch without ad breaks. So Twitch automatically turns off ads for you. And then also in the Discord, if you're a member of the Discord, there's a members only channel, and I tend to like hang out in that voice channel and play stuff a little bit more, and also like I'll talk about videos that I'm like actively working on more and stuff like that, and like share like, hey, look at this cool thing that I found while I was researching this. This might, you know, correlate to this or something. Broken Sanity, for you, let me pop you a party popper. Shablam! Thanks, you're awesome. And then Scab Hunter, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Huh, for you. Party popper time. Have I played the tabletop? I have, yeah. Blam! Thanks, you're awesome. I don't do it very often, but when I haven't for a very long time, I've done a little bit of painting, like a very minimal amount, but still a little bit of painting in the last like couple months. And Beatty and I have talked about playing tabletop and stuff. He's actually printing terrain right now. And also he's been looking at getting back into Trench Crusade. Party Poppers, woo! Mechanicus hates Ogrins though. Good night, Scab Hunter. Thanks so much for being here and hanging out and for the sub and everything. Oof, I was really worried that Trappernet had my name on it. What do I think the next archetype class will be? It depends. If we get one this year, I think if we get another one for the anniversary, I think it'll be something kind of underwhelming, kind of like a lot of people felt Hive Scum was. I know a lot of people have been talking about an assassin lately. I personally don't really know what that would bring to the table, but at this point, like, I also very much feel like if Fat Shark has a vision for it, they'll make it work mechanically, and it, you know, will be fun and different. So, if we get another, like, if we get a second class this year, I think it'll probably be something kind of like, you know, people will be like, oh, meh, okay, whatever, that's cool, I guess. Something like that, in that vein. If it isn't until Warhammer Skulls next year, it'll be something, you know, bigger. It'll be something that would get people very hyped, like an Eldar or Sister of Battle or something like that. Hello, Robert! Oh, I know Hive Scum's fun. It's my favorite. It's my favorite thing in the damn game. But the thing is that it didn't have that like ultra iconic 40k. It's not like RBDs. Like, people look at RBDs, even if you don't know Warhammer, you look at that and you go, oh, that's Judge Dredd. Okay, I get it. And then like also it has a dog and just like it's a big hype set piece. When it comes to Hive Scum, I mean, even I don't think the trailer made a bit of damn difference. A lot of people who are into Warhammer don't like punk, goth, alternative aesthetics for themselves or as something represented in the IP. That's not what they're looking for. It's not the brutal, grim, dark, you know, like, whoa, you know, kind of thing. It doesn't give you that vibe of just like, oh, it's so brutal. And so, whether or not the class is fun, it's the best class Darktide has made mechanically to date. Or good, people still weren't excited for it. They didn't resonate with it, just on a very like basic identity kind of level. How goes the killing? So good, Mr. Awesome. How are you doing? Oh my god. Oh, Dante, I forgot to drink some water for you, I think. Rattling class? We'll see. Fat Shark has said that that's like the one class they're not really interested in making is short things that would be short. I kind of believe them when they say that, just because like they've done it 2 times with Vermintide 1 and Vermintide 2 with Barden. And also they've been kind of making the same game for like 10 years now. All your builds are from me? Fuck yeah. Oh my god, I'm sorry, I forgot I was supposed to be talking in the Valley Girl voice. Well done, team. Played a lot the last couple days. Finally get to rank 35 in Havoc. Awesome. Good job. Vitrax. Oh my god, you're in the queue. Hello. Shout out to my fellow emo boys out here. Fuck yeah. I mean, like, obviously, even just from an aesthetics perspective, like, I was very excited to see Hive Scum. Pops don't really do anything for me, so I was the opposite there. But yeah, if they do a second class for the year, oh shit. Well, that's, oh wait, I mean, oh dang. Heck. Hydration must be consumed. I'm trying. Would I do an IRL tabletop cross-stream video with others? If we played on Tabletop Simulator or something, maybe. Are you asking like also streaming with somebody like at the same time and we're actively both streaming and everything? Well done, team. Excellent work. Silent Roses, Terrace Blackburn. I think Terrace left, didn't they? Patry Kopok. So Silent Roses, Patry for sure. Terrace if you're here. Well, interestingly, too, about the Hive Scum is that usually different Hive gangs get selected to be the PDF, the Planetary Defense Force. You're up, Patry. It's your turn. Silent Roses. Why is there another? Oh, because I thought that it was, I thought the bot was discriminating against somebody. They were already in the queue and I just didn't see it. So I put myself in. Juki.jpg, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I don't think Eldar would ever fit in Darktide. Lore-wise, they're already buzzing around the Morningstar. They're already here. They're established in the narrative. Anything but Havoc. Okay. Cool. King of Ages. King of Ages over on Twitch. Are you here? Stephanie's Joy Toy, I know, right? We also have story beats that, well, not in the game, but outside of the game, we have stuff that sets up that Grendel's likely worked with the Eldar before. They're not on the Morningstar, but they're buzzing around it. So in Mortis Trial Memories, it establishes that the Morningstar has been getting, like, followed by Eldar ships, and they've been, like, cloaked. They don't see them, then they come in, and they come in close and stuff, and they're like, oh fuck, are they gonna attack? And then they kind of like look at the Morningstar for a minute, and then they buzz off again, they back off. And they've been repeating this for a while, and nobody knows what the fuck they want. Could cold traders fit into the game? Maybe? I mean, here's the other thing about that though, Benjamin. It, like, Darktide really struggles from a tell don't show problem. So normally in storytelling, what you want to show don't tell. Also, Southfang. I think that King of Ages is MIA. So Southfang, you would be up next. Damn it. Capitalize it. Oh shit! King of Ages, you're here! It's your turn. Sorry, no Southfang. Hang on. King of Ages is here. Oh, you guys. Damn stream delay. Yeah, but there are people that have said like, oh, I need to go. I can't actually play. I have to leave. And then I also added myself into the queue because I thought that I wasn't letting somebody into the queue, but it turned out they were already in the queue and I didn't see it. So, yeah. let's see, what was I talking about? Oh, so with the Eldar and like the whole, so Darktide suffers a lot from, so normally in storytelling what you want is show, don't tell. Because if you just put like essentially an exposition dump where it's like, this person felt sad or something, and you tell your audience that, it doesn't connect or carry any weight with it compared to showing that, demonstrating it. Instead of being like, John felt sad, John collapsed down to his knees, you know, like tears streaming out of his eyes, making a puddle on the ground, and was like hyperventilating and stuff because, like, you know, after he watched his friend get killed or something. That, like, makes you understand that he is emotionally devastated rather than saying John felt sad. And so Darktide suffers from a tell problem instead of showing us things. And I think that where the war is at and how it's actually going is probably the most crucial element of that. Because, yeah, supposedly, I don't know if this is true anymore, just because of like all the reinforcements that we've gotten. Skitarii Alpha Primus are no fucking joke, etc., etc. Like, we've gotten all these reinforcements. And then also, as far as like, oh shit, sorry, I need to do the fucking friend code again because Twitch won't let me pin it. God, I love Twitch. It's definitely not a pain in my ass to have to continually do this, and I still can't pin anything. Very cool. All right, you guys will just have to keep reminding me for the friend code. I'm really sorry. But if you go, so for example, if you go look at the official campaign order and you look at these missions and what it sets up and establishes throughout it is that as far as our guerrilla warfare tactics go, we are incredibly effective. To the point where, like, this right here, the Dark Communion, this was Admonition's midnight. This was their 0 hour. No, I can't, BD. I tried earlier. I can't edit it. I wish I could. This was Admonition's midnight. This was their 0 hour. This was their moment of prophecy. This is where they should have had a massive success. And basically should have set us up for like the lowest point that we were going to be at. And we stopped them. We stopped them. It seems like the best that they have to offer as far as like troops and manpower in this war is the Mobian Six and their own cultists. Because if they had anybody already here who could have done a better job, they would have put their A-string on the job of keeping us away from the ritual. I'm very confused as far as like, because, you know, we keep every now and then we'll get lines on the Morning Star and stuff like that where Raynick, you know, Morrow is like, oh, our attrition rates are super high. You know, people are dying. We have new batches, but like they have to be trained and stuff like that. You know, we're so on the back foot. We don't know if we're going to make it. And then what we actually see demonstrated in the main narrative through the campaign, and then also what we see in terms of what we encounter for gameplay, like what we're shown doesn't demonstrate that, but what we're told is we're supposed to have that impression. It's very incongruent. If Fat Shark means for the current state of the war to be that we, as in our reject forces in the warband, we're losing, we're dying, we're struggling by and getting by on the skin of our teeth, that is not being demonstrated effectively. They can have voice lines like that pop up in the Morning Star every now and then as much as they want, but unless that is demonstrated through the game and through the campaign narrative that they want to build and everything, it doesn't really amount to much, unfortunately. It's at odds within itself. Because, like, yeah, I'm that's one of the major questions I have is like, is Wolfer and the Mobian 6 really like the biggest punch? Like, is that, you know, what they're swinging and bringing to the table in a big way? Is this their forces? Or, because, like, obviously we, the rejects, the operatives at this point is more of an appropriate term with all the reinforcements we have, are we, since we are not the A string, we are the C string. Like, we clear landing zones for actual soldiers or for, Mortis operatives and stuff like that. We clear landing zones for them so then they can come in and do their job and like take over after we leave and stuff like that. Like, that's the level that we are. We're the people that are expendable and we'll try and get something done before they send in the real people. Does admonition, does the enemy have the same thing going on? Are there actually, you know, plague marines somewhere out in Tertium that the real soldiers are fighting? Or is this it? You just spit like Destiny 3 references? Oh, 3 Destiny references? Imagine sacrificing 50 of your cultists to summon a beast of miracle only for it to be taken out by an ogre with hunks of concrete? I know, right? Ford. Oh, first time here, long time watcher. How far did the Darktide crew scale to Space Marines? Like Darktide crew, Chaos Space Marine Operations Squad, like from Space Marines. Ooh. It's a really hard question to answer because it all depends on narrative context, writer context, and then also the context of just like the story itself. It's really hard to compare the Space Marine 2 main characters to Darktide in terms of like who's more effective. I would say that Darktide does a better job of giving weight and making it feel like we conquer a bigger scale of things. But I think that actual narrative in purposes and stuff like that, Space Marine 2 squads, I mean, they're named Space Marines without helmets on and stuff like that. Like, you work arguments over this? I mean, it's just, it's so hard to answer because you're kind of asking the question like, what's, you know, what has better characters, Parks and Rec or The Office or something like that? Like, are they similar products? Are they similar, you know, like genres and stuff like that? Yeah, absolutely. But like, it's not at all the same thing. It's not made by the same people. And also, I mean, like, if you were to ask Games Workshop, you know, they would, to hear you, they would cover Titus's ears to hear you ask such a question and be like, no, Titus, don't listen, our beautiful special boy, you know. It just, Games Workshop treats Space Marines with the pomp and circumstance honestly Space Marines deserve, because in business, so there's a thing called the 80-20 rule in business. And that's that 80% of your sales is going to come from 20% of your offering. So all of the products that you have on the market for people to buy, most typically for businesses that have scaled to a certain point, 80% of their sales are from 20% of the total products that they have. And that is absolutely true for Warhammer. It's obviously Space Marines. And then, you know, like the products that are coupled with Space Marines. You know, whatever the edition box set is and stuff like that. Whatever the big enemy is that the Space Marines are fighting. What's my favorite class in Darktide? Hive Scum, hands down. Love it. And so Space Marines are the reason why Warhammer, not just 40,000, but Warhammer in general is anywhere as popular as it is. That's why it gets so much love and attention, and it deserves it. Like, you know, they're iconic for a reason. As much as I love to rag on Space Marines, and I do think that they're overblown a bit, they're iconic for a reason. So, you know, really whenever you get down to it about in terms of like that kind of context, Space Marine 2's characters are, you know, they're definitely going to be stronger, they're more effective, they're the best of the best, and also Titus is the Emperor's special boy, and he can't be killed or, you know, whatever. That's the most realistic version of that answer I can give. If you're just talking about any Space Marines, though, versus the operatives in Darktide, it gets a lot more messy. Oops is here. Also, I saw there was a highlighted message. God damn it. Hang on. Let me stick myself behind a pillar here real quick. Random thought. How in the dark are we, the rejects, about the state of Atomo and Tertium? My impression of the Inquisition, with its acolytes serving under the Inquisitors, is that it would be in character for operations to be decentralized to prevent intel leaks. I don't know if Brannick has ever thought that far ahead about anything in his life. Also, that's another thing too. So there's a general theme in Warhammer to do my best to answer this. So typically in terms of like in-universe Warhammer stuff, your typical citizens of the Imperium, and hell, even soldiers of the Astra Militarum, up until they come face to face with the things that they're fighting, don't know that heresy is real. I mean, so for those of you who weren't playing Darktide from launch, you probably have never heard these, but whenever Darktide first launched, there was a series of voice lines that you would get pretty frequently with the original Core of 4 rejects talking amongst themselves. And like, dead ass, this could happen while you were fighting a demon host or a beast of Nurgle, and they would be like, do you guys really think that like demons or whatever are real? And you're there like fighting a demon host or a beast of Nurgle, and they're like, nah, I don't think that shit's real. Like, I think that's all just like, you know, fairy tales or whatever. It was an actual set of conversations you could get in Darktide like that. And part of the point of those conversations is to drive home the point that is a standard theme in 40k in general, not just in Darktide, that it is to know of the enemy, to know of heresy, to have even the inkling that it is real and it exists, is to commit heresy yourself. And so that's something that's supposed to be like an overall unspoken rule in 40k. You know, if you as a common citizen were to know or speak of any such thing, you would get a free trip to the heretic graveyard yourself, and your life would be forfeit if any officials in any kind of capacity ever heard you talking about that. Now, functionally, people know about it all the time. People see that, you know, chaos cults are in every hive city. Gene stealers are in every fucking hive city. Like, the enemies of mankind and the machinations that drive people to them are everywhere. And they are real, and they are tangible in a functional capacity for your general citizens. And I think that Darktide does a really good job of, driving that, like, narrative dichotomy that just exists in 40k home, because like the rejects themselves, so for example, and again, this was stuff that was like really early on in Darktide, like at launch, so if you weren't playing since the game launched on PC, you may have missed this, because the conversations don't really happen anymore. But so Darktide takes place definitely in the first 20 years, probably more like the first 10 years or less of the 42nd millennium. So the beginning of the Indominus Crusade. The rejects essentially have heard rumors that Rabute is back. And you know, the Cicatrix Maledictum is so new that nobody knows what it is by name and stuff like that. The Psychers talk about how many new siblings they have since the Great Awakening because of the Rift and everything like that. these people know about these things in like a real and functional capacity in terms of like how it impacts their lives. But of course, to talk about it openly is a very different matter. So I think that in terms of like, you know, well, wouldn't it be thematically appropriate in Darktide if we didn't actually know about, you know, X, Y, or Z or whatever, because it would be forbidden for us to know? Technically, yes, 100% you're on the money. It would be forbidden for us to know. However, oh no, you should have sipped someone else, thank you. Functionally though, from a like grounded perspective, these people know a lot more than they quote unquote should be allowed to know. And that's pretty normal in Warhammer. Oh yeah, somebody does talk about Grey Knights. Oh, and the counting panel's up to 226? Fuck yeah. Do you think the Darktide crew would be the equivalent of named Marines? No. Not named Space Marine. But an unnamed Space Marine with his helmet still on? We are named characters. Darktide's characters currently, in terms of where Darktide is narratively, we aren't at this point, but we are, oh shit. We could be major named characters on the level of like, you know, Yarick or other, you know, like mythical people who have done like some crazy feats and are like, you know, known because of that in the Imperium. We could be eventually someday, but we aren't right now. Are we on the level of named Space Marines? No, not unless they were trainees. And then would later go on to do great things, but... Before or after Gilliman wakes up? So we are just a little bit after Gilliman wakes up. Anywhere from, you know, year 0 to year 20, personally, I think probably within the first 10 years. It's okay, King. Don't worry. This is a really tough event. One of them says Grey Knights will come, the other says they don't exist yet. Well, they definitely exist. Because Morrow himself served in the First War of Armageddon. Did we get voice lines about the lion waking up? I think so. Damn, I did not expect to get that up. We're like the God Emperor himself. You've been doing a lot of Mortis Trials lately? Hell yeah. I haven't done Mortis Trials in so long. I'm doing hi, Dopes. How are you doing? No worries, stream. And I'm sorry you guys on the Twitch side. I did miss some of your like questions and responses and stuff. I'll scroll up as soon as it's safe for me too. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You just woke up? Well then, good morning, sunshine. New playable class, Lionel Johnson. That seems, very reasonable. Oh, I did hit it with that knife. Next class is a purple orc. You got that from John Fatshark? Oh shit. No! Lego Beast Fish is gonna do at least one more class to make it even 8. That's kind of what I think, and that's part of why I think that it'll take until Warhammer Skulls next year. I don't know if we'll get one for the anniversary. I hope we don't. Let's see, what messages did I miss?
I should have seen it.
Boop-a-doop-a-doo.
He was a true architect of this unpleasantness.
Given your love of 40k lore, please tell me you're gonna play the video game adaptation of Dark Heresy. So Benjamin, I actually already have sunk my teeth into Dark Heresy. I got early access to it. Owlcat reached out to different creators. Like, it was like a mass email thing. It was not like they specifically were like, hey Joe! It was just like a blanket email that they sent to creators who they know make Warhammer content. You know, that are like on lists or something. And they actually gave me a key to the closed alpha. So I have access to it, and I played quite a bit of it. And it has an exceedingly interesting story. The story is just such a banger. I'm so fucking intrigued by where it's going. And I do fully intend to make, you know, like a story breakdown of it. Kind of give you guys a taste of, like, you know, 1, is it worth it? 2, what is the story about? And that is something that I fully intend to do once I've played through the entire closed alpha. I started it, and then stuff with Skitarii started popping off. And so essentially anytime something big starts happening in Darktide, if I'm working on other projects or I'm getting into other stuff, I drop it. I will drop anything like a hot potato and immediately get my ass on what the fuck is happening in Darktide, and, you know, either start on early access stuff for things or start, you know, getting my content cycle started up that I think matches up with what's going to be coming, stuff like that. And so yeah, but I do fully intend, yes, to get on the Dark Heresy train. You're a founder for Dark Heresy? Heck yeah. Hopefully in the next class will be Rattling Snipers. I don't think so, John. Fat Shark has said that they aren't interested in doing a short class, and honestly I believe them, because they did short class for 2 games with Barden in Vermintide 2. Are you fucking kidding me? Can we just please get this person picked up? There we go. Good job. You like Rogue Trader? You have Space Marines? Yeah. Wish one day we get a game where Space Marines fight alongside humans in like a co-op FPS. I mean, who knows? Maybe Fat Shark will change their mind, or maybe they were being cheeky or something like that. But unless one of those 2 things were to be the case, I'm not holding my breath for a Rattling Sniper or Kin or anything that would be short in stature, especially since, so Fat Shark also said that their design philosophy for like the different maps and everything is for characters that are human height or taller, not human height or shorter. And I think that that's pretty well demonstrated in the maps themselves. And, you know, they would have to go back and essentially do touch-up work on all these original maps and everything to be able to bring a short character in. And I just don't see that happening. God, I hate Chaos Bombs. They're so tanky. Alrighty. Well, let's see what I can do here. Here, dog. Here, doggy. Close the door. Parents are they're short but have a high POV. If they put player character cherubs into this game, I don't know how I'd react. Cherubs are genuinely fucking frightening.
Those Sims are clearly part of it. Strike team, silence, please.
Personally, if I had to put my money on what the next class is, Are any of you guys veterans? I was gonna say, what are the odds either of you have, or any of you have field improv? My answer? Not good. Oh, fuck me, man. Alright, well, here's what we're gonna do. Plop that down, refill my ammo. Oh boy. No! Fuck me! Vincent? I shouldn't have gone that way. I shouldn't have gone that way. Very close. The Ragers weren't the problem. I went and stuck myself into a corner. As I was moving that way, I was thinking, I was like, uh-oh, I killed myself here, didn't I? Because, like, you can funnel in, but you can't get back out unless you go through the horde. No, we're gonna rotate. That was one big, long attempt. I know the last one got, like, you know, 2 attempts and then a train. But the train is really short, and we died in our Havoc attempts immediately. So we're gonna rotate. Good try, though, everybody. Good try. South Bang, Jesse Boy, and Spear Griefer. You guys are up. God fucking damn it, son of a bitch. Why the fuck did I go down that fucking corridor? I forgot there wasn't a second staircase out for me to loop around. I'm so dumb. I'm so fucking dumb. God damn it. I think you guys were playing. Sorry I wasn't able to clutch up there. I should have. Low Life, thank you for the raid. Hello, hello, and welcome. South Fang, Jesse Boy, and Spear Griefer. South Fang, Jesse Boy, Spear Griefer. That's who we're looking for right now. Perfect. And the gang's all here. I see something. Just Vitriax was asking who's up, so I was repeating it several times and like slowly and clearly. So then hopefully it was clearer, because I have a tendency to just like talk fast. Morven, you are almost up. It's because Vitriax is old and dumb. I'm kidding, Vitriax. I'm kidding. Vet or Skitari? Oh, Vet. Do you have field improv on? Oh, thanks, Dante. Good idea. Hell yeah, do Vet then. That way if we get an ammo crate, we'll have more grenades. Would 12 Black Crusades conquer Otoma Prime if we gave Otoma every single Zarktide player ever? I don't know. Thanks, Benjamin. Honestly, it's just a muscle memory skill like anything else. And also, I still get myself killed so much because like I'll be reading a question and I can see out of the corner of my eye there's like a crusher or something, and so then I'll start trying to like dodge, except what I don't see is that there are poxwalkers jamming up my way, and so then I just get absolutely fucking smashed. Do the slashing / horde clear modes of Transonic Blade and the dual daggers share animations? Oh, attack pattern animations? No. So that's one of the ways too, if you lose track and you can't tell, like if you can't remember if it's lines moving up, lines moving down for which mode is which, then just swing your weapons, because in single target mode, you'll swing down and stab. Like you'll be doing what is very clearly like just single target intended animations, whereas if they're in horde clearing mode, you'll be doing more side swipes. There is an X shape, yeah, although I will say I think that those are heavy attacks, and so I think that they will I think that the heavy attack has the X, like the cross slash and everything. Wait a minute. Okay, Spear Griffer is here. Okay. So we'll get this going and then I'll call out who's on deck. If you guys want to do Havoc, I'm down. No, I know. I was just making sure that I wasn't clearing too many people out of the queue and deleting somebody. If you guys would like to do a Havoc, mine is a level 22 Gloriana. I have one. It also has Heinous Rituals, and you'll have to go speak to Duquesne and clear your notifications. Because it's telling me, like, it's giving me the things like, oh, notifications need to be cleared. We can't start it. If you don't want to do Havoc, that's totally fine. Or if somebody's in the group that isn't Havoc qualified, totally fine. Please tell me that in the chat, in the type chat, so then I'm not like waiting here and just wondering what's going on. Okay, no worries. Sisters of Battle class could work. Oh no, absolutely. So here's the thing. From the moment that Fat Shark decided that sorry, I'm like, can we get you Havoc qualified? Vincent, the way that you join the queue is you put into the chat !join. There's an example of it in the stream title itself. So if you just do that and then you send it as a message, it'll put you into the queue. And then we rotate 3 at a time. So here's the thing. From the time that Fat Shark decided that Ogryn would be a player character, a player class in Darktide, the idea of what might be too powerful went right out the window. Because in terms of strength and toughness and how hard they can hit, Ogryns stand toe-to-toe with Space Marines. The only places that they're lacking is intelligence and speed. So Sisters of Battle, in my opinion, was always on the table. And then especially whenever you consider the Skitarii Alpha Primus and the level of like importance and pomp and circumstance they hold in the Mechanicus, absolutely Sisters of Battle are totally on the table. So up next after this one, if you're currently in a game, I'm not calling you to be up right now, so don't quit your game or anything, but please like start getting ready. Morven, Broken Sanity, and Vitriax. Morven, Broken Sanity, and Vitriax will be up after this team. Let's see, Vincent, you're in the queue. God damn it, Vitriax, don't do that. Sage, here's the thing about that. Originally, I totally agreed with you. But then Fat Shark announced the Arbites class as a player class, and I could not have been less excited. I never said anything because everybody was so excited about it and was so into it. I didn't want to yuck the community's yum or be like a voice of negativity about it, but I could not have been less excited about Arbites. I was like, this sounds awful. This sounds like they're just gonna be veteran and their dog can't even really do anything that interesting. this class is gonna fucking suck. This is lame as fuck and they're a cop. I don't give a fuck. And then I turned out to be dead wrong. I got my hands on it in early access and I was like, shit, this class slaps. And from that moment, I kind of realized that, like, with the gameplay mechanics in Darktide, even just at a base level being so damn good, and all of the classes feeling like they have an interesting and unique place, basically at this point, I sincerely believe that if Fat Shark has a vision for it, and Games Workshop is willing to sign off on it, the class is gonna slap. So if Fat Shark wanted to make a Sister of Battle, if that is in their vision and they have, you know, like class mechanics and stuff like that, it's gonna fucking slap and it will be unique and it will stand up on its own to be distinct from the other classes. So, you know, we'll see. We'll see. Honestly, personally, I think the thing, one, it would have to be something that they were even interested in making. I don't know if it is or not. Two, even if it was, I don't know if Games Workshop would sign off on it. No, I've seen the Skaven-like symbols during expeditions. The Skaven-like symbol, so that triangle has been in Darktide since launch. It's been part of the Dark Tongue graffiti that's always been present. Honestly, I think it's just like a little wink and a nod to people who played Vermintide. I think that's probably all it is, unfortunately. What about Space Marine Neophytes? Fat Shark has made it pretty vehemently clear that as far as player classes go, absolutely no Space Marines. Again, if it's something that, you know, like if they were being cheeky about it, or if they changed their mind, or if it's something that they always had a vision for, sure, I'm sure that a Space Marine Neophyte class would slap. I don't think it's on the docket. I'd rather they just buff Zealot rather than add Zealot plus. I don't know. I mean, it depends. Because, like, so if you think about it, Arbides is like Veteran and Ogre smashed together. And Hive Scum is like Veteran and Zealot smashed together. And Skitarii is like Veteran and more Veterans smashed together. You know, there hasn't been something where they've really smashed Veteran and Psyker together, or any of the other classes in Psyker together. And I definitely think there's a strong case to be made whenever you think about, like, you know, essentially miracles and stuff like that, for Sisters of Battle to be another magic user class. And to have their, like, heat and cooldown mechanics be different. Because they actually did something kind of similar. So in Vermintide 2, Sienna Fuegonasis was your magic user for, you know, your general, winds of magic stuff and everything like that. And then they gave, whenever they put in Kerillian Sister of the Thorn career, there was some crossover there, and at first, you know, it was like, oh, this is gonna kind of suck. They're just kind of taking Sienna's spot. But then all of Kerillian's mechanics and her staffs and everything all function very distinctly different, and it very much felt like its own thing. And then even within Sienna's own Necromancer career, they didn't even double dip there. Necromancer was, again, very distinct. And so I definitely think that there's room for there to be another magic caster class in Darktide. And I think that Sisters of Battle would be a very strong and compelling way to do it. One of instead of mini classes, we do skill tree expansions. Look at stars from much Psyker main. And you would love some love for the other classes. They'll definitely do rebalances, but I don't know if they'll ever add to the existing skill trees. It really just kind of depends. It kind of depends on what Fat Shark has. Like, I've actually thought the same thing. I've been like, oh, I could see them in the future doing not full class DLCs, but essentially like where you get like a new character model and everything, but essentially an expansion where you buy an archetype for a different class, where you add like essentially a new branch to a tree or something like that. I could see that, but I mean, at the same time, I don't know. I don't know because I think that at this point, these things need to be pretty monetizable. We'll see what Fat Shark ends up doing this anniversary, if they pump out another class or not. But I think at this point, it's, at least from the pattern that we've seen in the last year plus, they want these things to be very monetizable. They want to put out something that, you know, is exciting for people and is going to make them open their wallets and give Fat Shark lots and lots of money. I don't know if essentially, you know, expansions of classes would really sell. I don't know. I don't know if that's something that people would buy or if they would feel salty and slighted that this should have been free or something. I just don't know. So, possibly? With Mortis Trials being in the game for a while, do you think future update will introduce regular Mortis missions? I would think so! We know that Mortis Operatives... We know that Mortis Operatives are a thing. They've actually had, you know, like things teasing Mortis Operatives and stuff since the game launched. And then, of course, there's the Mortis Trials, and the Mortis Trials and some of the voice lines that, you know, that are your mission intros. Stephanie does literally say, you know, my master wants me to test you to see if you can hack it as a Mortis operative. So, I would have thought. I'm dipping into that. Love for Vermintide. Bought everything for it. I wonder if paid campaigns are gonna happen. It's something that they started doing for Vermintide. You know, that's how DLC started in Vermintide 2. And then Winds of Magic super flopped. People hated it. And that's whenever Fat Shark decided to go to a model of more selling cosmetics. More of a focus on cosmetics and then like the bonus careers and stuff. That way also they never had a fire under them to like put out more maps and missions and stuff. You know, I honestly can see a world where they decide to go back to that business model and, you know, put out a DLC pack that has like a bunch of missions together, that has a cohesive story or something like that, and it would be, you know, 4+ missions. But I don't know. I don't know if they would go back to that just because, like, it means that they would actually have to produce map and mission content consistently. And I don't know if they have it in them to do. They seem to be a lot more interested in making game modes that nobody really wants to play. And then also, you know, producing classes rather than missions. That seems to be a lot more of where their interest and focus is. I don't know though. Maybe this anniversary will come and it'll be a free update with just like, you know, a big heap and helping of map and story and everything. And I will eat crow and shut my bitch mouth up. I don't know. I don't know what to expect. Personally, I have a hard time believing that the expeditions in the state that we got them was ever intended to be the fully finished product. I feel like they put it out, like they made Expeditions and shoved it out the door early because they didn't have anything for the first quarter update. Sage, it's because at least some amount of the work done on Chaos Wastes, it seems like there was very heavy involvement by a third-party contractor, and their studio name was Toadman Studios, and unfortunately, they went out of, they folded in 2023, I want to say. But Toadman Studios, at least from how it reads on their website that you can still find if you use the Wayback Machine, you can go and, like, you know, take a look at their page and everything. But from how it reads, it seems like Toadman was very much the creative force in a big way behind Chaos Wastes. And then they went under. So I honestly, you know, with things like that, I never know if, like, you know, maybe there might have been some kind of contracting thing or licensing thing, or even just like a knowledge thing where, you know, Fat Shark was like, oh, we don't know how to do like these moving parts the same way that Toadman did or anything like that. So, yeah, I don't know. But I suspect that that is probably why there is no Chaos Wastes. Boy, oh boy, I really put myself in it here. I must be losing my mind. I thought that I saw a bright green... Oh, it was the fucking light reflecting. I thought that this was a fucking med crate. I thought that was the color and shine from a med crate over there. So I was like, sweet, I'm gonna go stand in the med crate over here really quick. Wolfrat, thank you so much for the sub. Mortar Trials in their roguelike random buffs is so fun. It's fun, but like, they either should have done an endless waves mode, and the thing is that maybe Fat Shark just didn't want to do the exact same thing again. I don't know why they wouldn't want to do Chaos Wastes again, because it was so insanely popular. It literally breathed new life into Vermintide 2 and made it basically infinitely playable. But yeah, maybe they just didn't want to. You know, like I said earlier, they've effectively been making the same game for 10 years. I imagine that has to wear on you and get a little bit old and make you feel jammed creatively. So maybe just like repeating the exact same game modes or something would be, you know, mentally just draining and not fun. But man, oh man, for what the players wanted, Chaos Wastes is hit. Don't mind throwing money at the game if they are set on new classes and stuff. It'd be harder for you to like new classes. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I think that expansions to classes, like essentially adding a new branch to skill trees or something, would just be a harder sell for most people. Man-Eater, thanks so much for the sub. I owe you guys a couple party poppers, I know, but I don't want to die. Wolfrat, hard for you. I hear a trapper. Make sure my name is not on that net. Let me pop you a party popper, Wolfrat. Shablam! Thanks, you're awesome. I should do Vermintide 2 and do Chaos Wastes. Major Man-Eater, hard for you. Pop you a party popper. Ah. Oh god. Shablam! I almost fired that one straight in my titties. That probably would have hurt. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, shit! Damn it! What the fuck was... I miss health. Like, literally, it's so dark. What are we working with here? Oh, we're so fucked. Maybe? Maybe? Oh, damn it, that mutant! You got this, Jesse! I believe!
What happened to the others?
You never played Vermintide? It's good. It's very good. If that shark added Plague Marine Startide, how would they be? Bosses or something like Crushers? It completely depends on that shark. I could see it. Oh, good try. Oh my god, you got fucking walled up by Crushers and then gangbanged. Good try, team. Good try. Anyone think we use more respawn points than both regular and expeditions missions? They did add more to expeditions for, they did do that. Yeah, I could see a case for either way for, Plague Marines. Because it all depends on how they want to display them. And also, like, if there is a Plague Marine, like a big boss or something like that, is that a Terminator? You know, what is he, some kind of lord? Sorry guys, but we're gonna have to rotate after that one. Good try though. Morven, Broken Sanity, and Vitriax, you guys are up. I mean, yeah, I could see them having like a lot of corruption involved. But I'm glad you were like, there's no way, because they would just kill us with their toxic aura. I'm like, homie, we get eaten by beasts of Nurgle all the time. But yeah, I could see, so it kind of depends. Like, you know, if they're only ever going to do one Chaos Space Marine, like one enemy that's like the presence of one, then probably a boss. If it would be more like there's like, you know, a platoon or something, and their reinforcements, and there's like, you know, a head honcho that leads them, then I could see a case being made for, you know, like just your generic, you know, run-of-the-mill Plague Marine guys being rare and extremely tough elites or mini bosses like the Chaos Spawns and stuff like that, and then having a guy who's like leading them be like, you know, a big major boss fight or something like that. But I don't know. Thank you for playing, Jesse. I'm sorry I got crushed. I thought I was gonna be able to dodge. Let's see, Morven, Broken Sanity, who is Delta? Good Reddit karma. Possess Space Marines would be an option. You want to see Plague Marines like Jennifer Coolidge? Wants a hot dog real bad, that's fair. Oh, it's Broken Sanity? Okay. Morven! Morven, we're missing you! Spaz, I'm sorry, I closed the queue. There's only like an hour of stream left. Oh, okay, perfect. Temple Assassins are definitely out of scale for us. What about Death Cult Assassins? Yeah, I mean, sure, I could see them adding them to Darktide if Fat Shark has a vision for it. That's one where, like, I definitely, like, me personally, I just don't see what they would bring to the table. Like, we already have Stealthy Vet, Stealthy Zealot. Like, what are they gonna do? More stealth? I guess, like, maybe throwing weapons and stuff like that. I just... Maybe. Again, it's kind of like the question of Sisters of Battle. Like, and everybody's like, I don't think so, because, like, that would just be Zealot. And it's just like, no, if Fat Shark has a vision for it, and they know what they want to do with that class, it will be distinct from the rest. Could it come to Darktide? Would it be thematically and narratively and everything appropriate? Sure. What would a class like that look like? I have no fucking clue, man. I have no clue. I would also like Nurglings. Well, Jesse, I'll be back tomorrow. Same Joe time, same Joe channel. So come on by and we'll do Penance Help Saturday. Death Cult Assassins canonically don't have range attack on tabletop at all. I mean, I could see them do a full melee class. What do you think of a game mode where you can play as the heretics attacking the Morningstar? I want to see Fat Shark do a whole Tide game where they flip the narrative. If they ever do a Vermintide 3, I cannot take credit for this idea. This is my husband's idea. This is BD Dubs' idea. Whenever he told me, I was like, that fucking slaps. I was like, that'd be so good. What I would love to see them do, if they ever do a Vermintide 3, is Vermintide 3, you know, Cataclysm or Apocalypse or something. Because we all know that End Times does not go well for pretty much everybody. The world does end. And then leads into Age of Sigmar. Is that Balloon Artisan and Town Square Jester Joe's plays games? Yes, hi Cerise! Death Cult Assassins in the tabletop focus less on being stealthy, more on being insane cultists who worship murder. But then again, like, how is that a class? Like, I don't know. It's not one that gets me excited, but I'm open to it. If that's what Fat Shark has a vision for and what they want to do, yeah, rad. Do it. I'd love to see what they do with it. Ice cream truck BRB. No. I want to see them do, like, you know, Vermintide 3 End Times Cataclysm, or End Times, or Vermintide 3 End Times, you know, Apocalypse or something, and have it literally be the last days of the world. And you get to play as Chaos, and the 4 characters that you choose from are the followers of the 4 different Chaos gods. And then you are, so your narrative, so you know how in Vermintide 2, there's like essentially, you know, 3 acts or 4 acts? And you go through that bitch-ass campaign, and then at the end, there's a fucking champion at the end of each one, a boss fight that you have to do. You fight the different members of the Uberstrike 5. So essentially, it's you going through, each act is your journey to find one of the Uberstrike 5, and then at the end of the act, after the series of, you know, 4 missions or whatever, you kill them. Sorry, Angry Yeti. Shit. Fuck. Fuck ass. Bitch factory. Ass. Balls. Cock. Schling schlong. The even endinger times. Vermintide 3, the even endinger times. If you had to choose any demons of Nurgle to put in Darktide, what would I choose? Nurglings and Rotflies or Plague Drones or whatever would be at the top of that list. So essentially, I think that Fat Shark's Tide games have done more for the Left 4 Dead genre of games than any game since Left 4 Dead happened. And Left 4 Dead 2 more specifically. And then, like, you know, Vermintide 1 and 2, fucking fantastic. Set a new standard for these qualities of games and everything. Having meaty, weighty gameplay that feels like, in a tactile sense, like very fun, very engaging. The enemies are fantastic. The way that you have to juggle prioritization and everything like that, it's fucking next level. Fat Shark literally set a new bar for these kinds of games. I will say though, with Darktide, even though this is more range focused and stuff, they did do some new things with it. I feel like at this point, especially as far as like enemy rosters and enemy offerings and stuff like that, it has stagnated a bit. Something that no game in this genre has done, including Back 4 Blood kind of did it, but Back 4 Blood was also just such a misfire in and of itself. They didn't do anything particularly well. We're missing the having to juggle and prioritize enemies on different levels, like different visual levels. So essentially enemies really down low mixed with enemies up high in the sky, and having to juggle that on top of your normal, like, you know, in your eye level horde specials and elites prioritization. So I would love to have Nurglings and get waves of Nurglings like coming down low that you have to be, you know, like taking care of at your feet, having drones that are up high, buzzing around, you know, like picking at you every now and then, stuff like that that you have to like take care of, and adding that into the mix. Obviously, not all at once. I think that'd be a fucking mistake. Well, actually, no, fuck it, all at once, and then they can fix it. Whatever it needs to be balanced, they can do that. But that's really what I want to see. I think that that is where these games need to go in terms of pushing the envelope and upping the ante on making them more challenging and more engaging. And I think that Fat Shark is the studio to do that. I don't want to see them wait around and just let Darktide, you know, stagnate and just roll with what it has or whatever, until eventually someday the next studio that's going to take this kind of like game formula and end up doing it better. I don't want them to wait for whatever that will be. I want to see them do it. I know they can do it. And also putting stuff in like that as well, you know, if they added in Plague Marines as a boss or as elites or something, the existence of Space Marines in any 40k game does wonders for the eyeballs and popularity that gets put as far as attention on the game. It's kind of necessary for Darktide to eventually be elevated into a status that it deserves for the quality of game that it's in. And yeah, that's what I want to see them do. You'd add a mid unclean one? I'm always winning? No, not always, but I try my damnedest. I do want my genes stolen too. Right now, I want to see Darktide develop and follow through on some of the plot threads that it already has fucking open. And so that's why I feel so strongly that demons and plague marines and essentially reinforcements for the enemies that we know at hand is where the game should go right now. Just because, like, if we have, you know, like Dark Communion and everything, we end that on a cliffhanger where Rannick and Zola and everybody are like, what was that munition doing? My goodness gracious, what could they have possibly been planning? Boy, oh boy, I sure am stumped because, like, you know, they don't have the fucking codexes on the Morning Star. It's like, this is a great unclean one. This is what this does. This is what typically is some, you know, they haven't played Total War Warhammer 3. So, you know, they don't fucking know. Makes sense, but still, it's fucking frustrating. I want them to, please, Fat Shark, if you're watching, or if somebody who talks to Fat Shark more regularly and has a more communicative relationship with them is watching, tell them to not do Gene Stealers next, as much as I would love it. For fuck's sake, give us the next part of the story. Stop dropping things, not stop, drop, and roll. Stop dropping things and then leaving them for 4 fucking years and then just being like, shrug, LOL, okay. What the fuck was that thing that killed the original Wormwood? Why did it threaten Grendel by name? For fuck's sake, tell us something. Give us something. Ah! This will be Darktide's 4th anniversary. It's going good, Tate. How are you? Maybe if Rannick had played Darktide, we'd know what's going on. Holy shit, it's the missing gnome. Hello. You're welcome, Andrea. Or Andre, is it Andre Alvis? You're fucking welcome. Trust me, no one is more on team for fuck's sake, please give us some answers than I am. You're living up to your name lately? Yes. Well, I mean, like, you gotta keep the mystery alive, right? Going something to Zippy? You're cheating and having some Krispy Kreme delivered? Fuck yeah. I was gonna say, you didn't have that Taco Bell lettuce, did you, Tate? Oh no, dude, I'm so sorry you're in that position. I could see, you know, having people from essentially Ship Mistress Brahms' Rogue Trader crew becoming a player class. Again, whatever Fat Shark is like, this is what we want to do. I know that they will do it really, really, really well. It's just a question of like, what the fuck are they milling around in their brain meats up in there for like what they want to do? And that's a really hard question to answer because everything to try and discern what the fuck is happening in Darktide, where it's going, all of that, we literally have to do our investigatory work. I'm about ready to start interrogating somebody. Oh my god. Maybe that's what I should do. I should just go really off the deep end and start like living the role of Inquisitor. And just be like, in good fun, by the way. I don't mean this literally, but just like try and get somebody over at Fat Shark that I can interrogate. Help me! Help me! Just say. But yeah, I mean, like, it literally does feel like we are, you know, living the role of Inquisitor. Yeah, because you have to dig, you have to work for it, you have to look in all the different places, you have to go to their YouTube channel, you have to poke around and see if there's any videos that are unlisted but you can find in a fucking playlist that you haven't seen yet. You have to go and read the short stories that are on the website or in the forums or, you know, in the different places that they hide all of these like official materials. You have to take a look. I fucking bought the Darktide Extraction Wrath and Glory book. I have the physical book on the floor here next to me because I was like, I have to know. I have to know if there's anything important in here. And it seems like the story in that does mirror what's happening in Darktide. It isn't beat for beat, but it's like they took the concepts and folded them into, you know, a different hook. You have to work for it. Is mayonnaise an instrument? No, Patrick. Mayonnaise is not an instrument. Which one of you triggered Joe? Oh, I did it myself, maybe. Look, man, it's been a year and a half without a story update in Darktide. I'm losing my fucking mind, man. Second channel name could be Joe Interrogates. The chat for Joe Plays Games channel might be biased about how much the story matters. Yeah, and I also recognize that 100%. I mean, like, obviously, as a content creator and somebody who enjoys lore, and somebody asked me, like, a couple hours ago now, and I started an answer, and then I got distracted, so I apologize. But, like, somebody asked, you know, does it ever feel like you're being boxed in or, you know, bored by being only constricted to Darktide? The thing is that I'm not only constricted to Darktide. Darktide literally, like, the reason why I am core Darktide for my content is, well, one, because whenever you start out with content creation, you want to stick with one thing for a good long while until you've built up enough where essentially people are more there for you than they are for the game. And I definitely feel like I've hit that point. I still choose Darktide primarily because it hits that autistic place in my brain where it's fucking fascinating and fun for me to try to put together. There's just enough information to keep us working on things and to keep like a thread going and to feel like there's always an answer. I feel like I'm always on the cusp of finding an answer. somewhere. Is it hidden in a data slate? Is it, you know, hidden in these different things? And it's fun. It's genuinely fun for me. It's also frustrating as fuck whenever these things get drug out ad infinitum. Blah, blah, blah. There's a fucking 40K word for that, and I can't say it right now. But anyways, you get what I'm getting at. It's a ton of fun. I love it. However, I do recognize Darktide is my bread and butter for lore content, and so therefore I am very biased. And then of course, if people find my channel because they're interested in Darktide's story, and then they stay here and, you know, develop that parasocial relationship and everything, yeah, like obviously they're gonna have more of a bias slanted toward Darktide's story being important. I fully recognize that that's the case, and also in terms of
That is what you are looking for. Don't
Fat Shark does not feel the same. They are happy with the types of content that they're putting out, and it aligns with what their vision is, and also it gets them results. So essentially, like, they are making, you know, their goals. They are achieving their goals by their update cadence, because they don't want Darktide. They have no delusions, just because, like, we live in an era of gaming where everything is a live service game. Everything's a fucking live service game. They know that the way that people consume video games now is that, you know, game comes out, it's really big. It drops off in a big way. Every single game loses, like, you know, 90% of its players or whatever after the first, like, 2 to 4 weeks. That's just how it is. And then, you know, as long as they continue to put content out, people will come back to it every X amount of time and come check it out and see, you know, what's come out since I last played this, what's interesting, is anything different, is it still fun, did it become more fun, whatever. And that's where Fat Shark's at with what their goals are with Darktide. And they're hitting them by what they're doing. 100%. My, like, obsession with Darktide's story is absolutely a bias, not only just from a personal interest level, but also for me in a business perspective for channel and growth as a content creator. It's what I want to see happen because I know that it will help me grow the most. It just is. And I know that, and I see that, I get that. But it's so fucking fun, man. It's so fun. Whoever owns the Havoc machine, you left your card open? Wait, what? Your monitor is completely ruined? Oh god, dude, what was happening? Yeah, they're also not actually a shark. A shark didn't code this game. The question, how many heretics have we killed in Darktide? So, okay, last year was the 10th anniversary of Vermintide 1 coming out. And as part of that, Fat Shark put out an infographic detailing how many things, you know, essentially like kill stats and stuff like that for both Vermintide 2 and for Darktide. Darktide's kill stats as of last year, which was the 3rd anniversary of the game, was somewhere in the ballpark of 35 billion or 35 million? 350 million? Something like that. Enemies killed. Maybe it was billion. Damn it, now I'll have to look at the infographic again. We were literally just talking about this the other day in the Discord. I'm gonna say 35 billion, and I might have been getting my words there. Tertium has a population of 9 billion. Snipping a bit of screw that you glued, you didn't realize it hit and stuck to your monitor? Oh no, like into the screen? shark didn't put this game next to me and tell me he's not fat either. Well, that's what they were saying on the Twitch side, is that the shark isn't even fat. Oh, his heart's super glued on... No, not 9 billion, 90. 90 billion. It had. Less now. 19 billion. Yeah. It had 9 people.
Parameters almost met.
The thing Ultramarines didn't show up is written by Matt Ward. That's true. Oh no, Beatty. I'm sure there's gotta be a way to get the super glue
Should you
removed.
wish to leave, now is the
You'll be
time.
fine. Bringing out Scum later tonight? Fuck yeah. Well done, team. Excellent work. Up next, we have Damien, Ultimate War Machine, and Dante. We'll figure it out, I'm sure. It'll be fine. You break out the Scum every day? Oh, thank you, Dante. I'll see if I can get it myself. Nope, I just looked at the infographic the other day. I thought the same thing, Horace, and then I went and I looked and it was like 35 billion apparently. Thank you for playing, Marvin. Damien, War Machine, and Dante. Very good game. That's not where I need to put that. Someone can take your place in the queue. Oh no! We will see how things shake out. See if I can pin this now. Ah! Yeah, I can pin things to my own fucking stream now. Thank you, Twitch. Hello, Kinge. How are you doing? Ultimate War Machine. Okay, no worries. Good, I'm glad to hear you're doing well. I've used a bazooka in my life. The chem grenades are just so good. They're so valuable. Chem grenade, Joe. Oh, Mega Black, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome. Just checking my notifications. Should name myself Joe Makes Chem Grenades. Chem grenades are a blast. I agree. Kind of missions are we doing? We've been doing event missions. I think I just finished my last one for completing the event set, which is pretty dope. You just bought Hive Scum? Fuck yeah, Nenra. Can I try inviting you? Are you? Okay. Hang on. It's thinking. Let's see. Vibes. The way that it just like loads people in stages, for fuck's sake. Oh, here you are. Can we try Havoc again? Let's see.
Yes.
So there's been a request to do Havoc. I'll only do it if everybody's on board. If everyone's on board, please go up to the Havoc terminal and interact with it to clear your notifications. If you don't want to do Havoc, please let me know in the typed chat. Welcome back, Southfang.
Serve with steel.
Oh, was that oh, okay, that was War Machine's game froze. Event isn't hard, it's just that if you spawn in and 5 pox pushers blow up, it sucks. I mean, it's not fun. Like, I don't like not having pickups or anything. I don't think it's fun. Especially as a hive scum who uses like my own personal cartel stim and everything. Like, I can't pick up the health stims. I'm at the mercy of everybody else on my team to heal me. And like, it's, I mean, obviously it's fine playing on stream, but if I were to go and play with pubs, like, that's essentially an entire like main feature mechanic of a class, a paid for class that you no longer want to use for this fucking event. I don't know. I don't think it's fun. I think they need to think of other things other than like, let's get rid of all the materials for you to use in missions.
What do you want?
How do you think the Mobian 6 hasn't run out of men and women yet? Because the game has to happen. Like, there, in any like lore sense or anything like that, there has to be a dividing line between what's a lore implication and what is the game doing because the game has to happen and be fucking fun for people to play. Fuck. Well, I'd invited War Machine again. Thought he was here. Sorry, that's my bad. What's why? Why are you failing to join? Oh, you were in loading. Okay. Are you still loading? Crapshoot? Crapshoot what? Are you not able to play Havoc?
The Mobian steel of today is not the fame for
Because you said you were okay with playing Havoc. As long as your character is level 30 and you've done any... Well, as long as he's done any Maelstrom. Like, if he can play Havoc on a different character, then as long as... I should be able to invite him, even though... Well, hang on. Let's see if we can fix this. Because I feel like we've had people DC at the beginning of Havocs before, and then we're able to get them in. So let's just hold tight in the beginning here and see what we can do. I mean, we know Wolfer's having a Menti B. Hello, Sly. All right. Okay. We're gonna have to abandon the mission. So everybody leave, and then I have to fully remake the strike team because apparently War Machine was still loading at the time that I sent him the invite. Oh fuck, this is gonna demote my Havoc. Damn it! Been so hype about the Helldivers crossover. Nice! I'm glad you're excited for it. Okay. Let's get our team put back together. Here's War Machine. Who else was it that was in this one? Damien and Dante. Damien and Dante. Of course, they aren't in my previous mission area. Why would they be? Even though we had loaded into the game, that would just be fucking convenient. You guys will have to send me strike team requests again. I'm sorry, you're not showing up in the section for it in game. Okay. Let me clear the queue and make sure that no one is stuck in loading on the things. It looks like everybody's here and loaded in.
Yes.
Okay, now we have Havoc 21 Blight spreads on Enclave and Barris. So, on deck. Do not quit your game. I'm not trying to tell you that you are needing to come play right now. I'm letting you know that you will be up soon. I didn't fucking remove anyone. Okay, oh wait, no, I didn't accidentally remove Sage. Sage had mentioned that, I thought you meant from the strike team because I saw there was a slot empty. I was like, no, how did we lose someone? Sage mentioned that they're not feeling up to it right now. So I'm just removing them from the queue because we are very close to being only one strike team left. And that would time out pretty much perfectly with how long stream typically goes. So hang on a second. Can I please get a sign of life in the chat from Big Hat Farmer, Vincent Dark over on YouTube, and Wolf Rat over on Twitch? Vitriax, I know you're here. That's why I didn't say your name.
Reports of heretics up in Froneside. I want them evicted. Got it? Once Masosi's dropped you off, you'll be heading into Enclave and Barros. You're to get the Aegis.
Well, Vitriax. Okay, so Vincent's here.
This is the base of operations, even if we can't hold it forever.
Big Hat Farmer and Wolf Rat over on Twitch. Big Hat Farmer, Wolf Rat, these are Twitch users. I need you guys to give me a sign of life in the chat. Because Vitriax, if they're both here, since you've already played, I will ask if you're okay with me giving you a fast pass or something. Okay, Big Hat Farmer's here. I wonder if Wolfer ever became a boss in Darktide. He's going to be turned into a Chaos Spawn. I think that he's going to get used. So, in the Dark Communion, Roden Karnak's body is on the Octad. He's the one that, like, it seems like they're using his body possibly as a vessel for a demon or something to, like, summon a Great Unclean One into. And then apparently, like, the mission dialogue throughout some of the voice lines, depending on your RNG, the mysterious cultist woman voice, who I assume is Ermal, says, like, you know, there's power in the bond between siblings. Their prophecy and the ritual seems to have something to do with twins. Wolfer and Zola are brother and sister. We know that at the very least. I think that they're probably twins. So I'm kind of thinking that Admonition might be wise to this and end up using Wolfer in their ritual. Yeah, Vitriax, definitely sit tight, because we'll see. I don't want to remove you from the queue and kick you and then have, you know, like, Wolf Rat not be here or something. And then have it be confusing. I know. I'm just trying my best to keep things straight. Just for my own sanity. is Wolfer a secret traitor to the cult? I don't think so. I think that he's a man who's way in over his head, who didn't realize the forces that he was dealing with. And so essentially, chaos presents itself to people who have been ground down by the by essentially being treated, you know, like cattle, like meat to the Imperium, and being, you know, thrown on its sacrificial altar of war and, you know, all that. Those people who get ground down by that and have, you know, hate and doubt in their hearts are the ones who turn to chaos. And chaos does a very good job at presenting itself as knowing better, as having a different way, as having a better way to live. And, you know, if you embrace Grandfather Nurgle because Nurgle loves you, you know, your life is going to be so much better. You know, this whole God Emperor, do you actually feel loved by him? No, of course you don't. He doesn't actually love anyone. Nurgle really loves you. And then you fall for it, and it turns out that your situation is either the same or worse, depending on, you know, exactly what's going on. So I don't think that Wolfer is intentionally, you know, incompetent or anything. I think that he's a man who's just deeply in over his head, who's in the same position that he was, when he was still fighting in the Astra Militarum. And he just didn't, he bought the lies. He bought into the toxic relationship, and now he can't escape. It's too late. There's no turning back. Do you think The Sims, there's a lot of Sims for a one-man ritual? I mean, maybe, but whenever you're summoning a greater demon, who the fuck knows? Oh, god damn it. God damn it, twins. Oh my god, this is Havoc. Oh my god, I've been assuming that I wouldn't be able to find any grenades or supplies or anything. Hi, Rinda. Raggedy ass bitch. Oh boy. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Run away, run away, run away, run away, run away. Oh shit! Holy fuck! Shit! Oh, I got. We'll try one more time. That was pretty quick. By the time Wolfer becomes the boss, could be a final chapter of the story. I honestly don't think that that's... I think that... So you also have to remember, one, because Darktide's story is put out so inconsistently, and it's been stretched over a significant amount of time, that... And then also, like, it was written by Dan Abnett. I think that the intention of where things are going and how they started is like, oh, there's this Wolfer guy. It's all about Wolfer. Wolfer's our big bad guy. And then you find out that the Mobian 6 aren't the only soldiers here, there's this cult. And then you get to the Dark Communion, and then narratively, that's where it explains for us, like, oh, the cult are the ones really pulling the strings. Wolfer's just their puppet. And so, personally, I feel like that rounded out and finished, like, essentially the first act of Darktide. That got us caught, you know, that essentially establishes who our main characters are, what their motivations are for the main characters that we get to know, you know, what our struggle is as rejects, who the other players in that are coming in as like big characters, meaning like the additional classes and everything, and setting all that up. And also giving us a lot of victories under our belt, especially if you think of Darktide in terms of narrative context of like a typical hero's journey or something like that. You have your first act. Sorry, Fury Can, queue's closed. You have your first act, and you know, you have victories for your heroes. You have them meet other interesting people. You send them to a new land that they've never been to before, because you actually, for the original Core 4 rejects, cannot select Atoma as a planet that you're from. You are not from Tertium unless you're the Hive Scum. And that's just how it is. And then, so you finish the first act, and then in the second act, if that is where we're going, it's gonna set us up for some big, like, dramatic turns, some reveals, and then also for us to hit the low point in the story. So what's probably going to happen is, like, especially since we've had so many victories, and per the campaign, we seem to be pretty successful. I won't be surprised if, like, essentially what happens next is, like, us getting a left hook and kind of knocked on our ass, and it's like, oh shit, we failed something, even if you win the mission. And then, you know, from there, things will probably start to have a slowly declining, you know, essentially outlook for us and our rejects. And then in the end, you know, at the end of Act 2, you'll be at what is the lowest point for the hero characters. Essentially just like, you know, rock bottom, the situation looks dire and they don't know how they're going to possibly get out of this one. And then in Act 3, you have that redemption arc and essentially, you know, like a revelation, a way to overcome the adversity that they're put up against. And I mean, like, obviously, this is Warhammer, this is Darktide. It probably won't end in victory for Atoma, you know. Will we win the war? Probably not. We'll see. But I'm sure even if it's a Pyrrhic victory, however you say it, you know, there'll be some kind of like realization that our strike team has, our war bands have, on like, oh shit, this is what we need to do to beat them. Oh, absolutely, Darktide storytelling was way too slow. Three bosses in such a short time? What do you mean, War Machine? Oh, well, that's Havoc, baby. That's just how Havoc is, dude. You want a mission where we're winning at the start and then we have to return because something went horribly wrong? Yeah, essentially, so, again, echoing the whole thing that I said about, like, Darktide's story is so fragmented and slow. Back up, back up, back up, back up. I hit a barrel over here, be careful. Hello, Devilmans. Shit, what was I saying, Jackson? Something about what you said. Hi, Rinda. Oh, fuck. Jesus fucking Christ. Why does it say can be rescued in your... Oh my god. Okay. Shit. Oh, I should have popped my Desperado. I was hoping you guys would be close for me to pick up. Sorry, team. Good try. Good try. Starfish story, you tried to find threads linking for the events. The really interesting thing, Randall, is that sometimes the events, like the overall, like what's happening in the events is related to the story and has like lore implication and stuff like that. For example, a lot of the events that we got throughout 2024 ultimately ended up tying in, or you know, were kind of like they could have been interpreted in a way that was indicative that the Dark Communion was coming, and then essentially there was a warp storm trying to be opened and stuff like that, and that admonition was like up to something. So yeah, I mean, sometimes they do. There was definitely narrative put into the communication breakdown event, because the Auspex, yeah, communication breakdown lore drops literally had lore and story in them that you could access by doing the puzzle on the Auspex devices that you found throughout missions, and you got to hear conversations happening in the Cult of Admonition side of things. Do you think another class will be added? Oh, I'm sure. I think they'll probably at least round it out to 8. What's so special about Havoc? It's the true endgame mode of Darktide. It's very hard. It goes far above, beyond the difficulty of, like, you know, the Auric or even the Auric Maelstrom missions. Big Hat Farmer, Vincent Darkfire, Wolfrat over on Twitch. Wolfrat, this is your last call. Wolfrat, if you are here over on Twitch, this is your last chance to let me know that you're here, so then I know that you are coming to join this strike team, because this is going to be our last run. And then also, with Havoc, there is a set of cosmetics. Or, well, there's one full outfit that you get, and it's the Mobian 53rd. Is there a way to hear these audio fragments from the Auspex minigame? I made a video about them, and I took the ones that I thought were some of the more interesting ones, and that I thought actually was, like, telling us something. Maybe I did all of them. Anyways, I did do a video about them. And I can't remember what it was called. Thank you, Sly, for letting me know. I'm glad that you're here. Is this Big Hat Farmer? Big Hat Farmer, what's your name? Who should I be expecting for your character? Ha, thanks, Zombie. Okay, let me ask over here on this side. Oscar, what's your name on Twitch/YouTube? That's you. Who? Or you're like, what's your name? And you're like, I'm me. Okay, cool, cool, cool. You're fine, you're fine. I just want to make sure. So, Vitriax. New admonition lore communication breakdown event analysis. Thank you, Raichu. I appreciate it. Literally, dude, I've made so many Darktide videos at this point. I don't even know what they're called anymore. Okay. So, queue is both closed and our last strike team put together. We got through the entire queue. Havoc or Event? Vitriac seem interested in Havoc. We need more possible teaser lineups. Here's the thing, Zombie. I have a big one that I'm working on. And it's fucking interesting. Like, here. Let me really quickly here. So like, I've been taking High Gothic. I transcribed the data slate from the No Man's Land that you get at the end of No Man's Land. Okay, no Havoc.
They are sufficient to their purpose.
Yeah, I got a really good screenshot of the data slate from No Man's Land, and I transcribed what it said on it, and it's totally High Gothic, and it's pretty much translatable into English, so I've been translating it into English manually. I've also run it through AI, and I got the AI translation. And the AI translation isn't bad, but it definitely kind of like doesn't get, it does a decent job. It got pretty close. It's just a little bit off in ways that I think make a pretty big difference. So yeah, I've been doing it manually. It's been quite a process, and then also I have not been as engaged or as locked in because we unfortunately had to have Theo be my cat Barry. We had to let him go. He had some really bad health. His health had tanked. He was on his way out, and so we had to let him rest, and that has been really hard because it was just a week ago yesterday that we had to do that, and then we just got his ashes back yesterday and everything, so it's just been not the most fun, happy time in the Plays Games household. That was our goblin, yeah, Major Meat Eater. Is there an actual goth, high goth, common language that you can find and translate? So there isn't really anything that exists in the 40k IP in general. There isn't like an established high gothic, you know, language guide or anything. It's very much per source. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. It's been rough, but I came back on Wednesday. I just don't want to sit, you know. I need to do something, and this is something that I enjoy doing, and I know that you guys loved him too, and so it's been really nice coming back and getting back into stuff. But obviously, you know, the production of things not as fast as it could be. So I've been picking at the whole high gothic thing while I've had time. In terms of like, is there an official like guide or, you know, translation source or like an official high gothic that can be like repeatably and reliably translated and stuff? No, not really. It's very much from source to source. The thing about high gothic is that it is bastardized Latin. So, thanks TV, but the queue is closed. High Gothic is bastardized Latin. And so essentially what that means is like words are going to be pretty damn close, but not exactly correct. And then there's also certain things where like there's the usage of verb conjugation tenses that don't agree. So for example, in one of the lines that I've been working with, from the data slate, there is a second person past tense conjugation of something, followed by a third person masculine future tense of something. So it's basically what it boils down to is like it's like saying in a full sentence like you had grilled cheese for breakfast 3 hours ago, and he will review that meal as you ate it, as you're eating it, or something like that. It just like it doesn't make any functional sense. Like the words themselves. My example is hard. Okay, so I guess I'll just tell you what it actually says in the line. The line itself in question that has like a second person past participle conjugation, followed by then a third person masculine future tense conjugation, is something about you inhabitants, he will drink. Like it's the word inhabitus and then imbebits. Inhabitus is second person plural for inhabitants, and then imbebit is third person masculine future tense for to drink. So you inhabitants, he will drink. But, and then because this particular data slate seems to be implicating that there is indeed actually a plague marine, a chaos space marine involved somewhere in the origins of Darktide, it then kind of makes me go, okay, so do these tenses, do these conjugations that don't agree with each other and make any kind of coherent sense in a, like, functional, literal kind of way? Is it just that Fat Shark picked words that they thought sound the best to string together one after the other? To just, like, you know, make us understand that it's saying that, you know, the people of Tertium in this Hab zone are going to drink this, like, tainted thing? Or is this literally supposed to be telling us, like, is this their way of trying to, like, convey a meaning of, like, the people here will drink of this thing tainted by him? And, like, of course, then you have a literal and a metaphorical reading of that, if that is the case, and that is what the intention is supposed to be. Is it saying that you will drink of him, as in, like, you know, him, Nurgle? If you're drinking tainted water that will give you a disease, then you are drinking of Nurgle in a metaphorical sense, you know, in like a Jesus, like, this wine is my blood kind of way. But because of the source of where that tainting of the water came from, it also could literally mean that they are drinking the blood from a plague marine. So it just, like, it's a fucking bog, you guys. This project is a goddamn bog. It's hard. So just, like, as I go, word by word of this fucking data slate of this high gothic, and then I have to discern, you know, like, and then also the data slate itself is pixelated to hell and back. So there's also the question of, like, there have been some words where I've just been like, oh, there literally isn't a way to translate this. This word isn't a word. It doesn't make any sense. Like, great example, there was a word in the data slate that I thought was a C. It started with a C, I thought. And it looked like the word was Caldeosum. And I was like, I was trying 6 ways to Sunday to find any kind of, like, root or origin in that would make Caldeosum be anything translatable in Latin, Neo-Latin, Spanish, fuck, even English. If it was like, because like literally one of the things that they have is the word blessum, and blessum is not a fucking Latin word. That is the word bless and then Fat Shark stuck at the end of it to make it sound that kind of thing. So there are some words like that, and so I was like, okay, then Caldeosum has to be like either something English that has then been, you know, like had the bastardized Latin logic applied to it, and it means something in English, and like I can discern what the fuck that's supposed to be by finding the root of it, or it's something specific to the cult. Like it's got to be something that means something in the universe, and I just don't know what it is. And then I figured out finally that it wasn't a C, it was a G. It wasn't Caldeosum, it was Goldiosum. And Goldiosum is a word in Latin, and it means joyful. So someone drank the tainted tap water that person was drinking out. I know, Joe's lost it. Joe sounds like a crazy woman here. And fair enough, I do. Oh yeah, 100%. If I think any future characters in Darktide, the logic of like they were here the whole time is absolutely going to apply. At this point, they've done 3 classes. That logic has been applied to all 3 of them. So yeah, one of the enemy types in Mortis Trials look a little like Gene Stealers. Blue enemies bite shoulders. Those are the Mobian 21st. So Mobian regiments have like a denim blue. Usually their fatigues for the Mobian 6 before they turn traitor. Their armor was more denim blue, like the actual like carapace armor and everything. But yeah, a lot of the Mobian regiments have like a denim blue, and then they have the like a white emblem. Depending on the regiment, again, the shape of it changes. Mobian 21st is a diamond, and then it has the 21 in it. But yeah, they're Mobian regiments. I will say, the mutations look different. Not sure. Unless there's been some change in Mortis Trials. They've all been pretty consistently. So like the Mobian 21st turned into cloners, because they took tainted stems. Nice job. Oh no! Oh, yeah. Fuck. I died. To point to Adna, she's increasingly desperate for supplies and troops. Yeah. I don't know. At this point, one of the burning questions that I have for Darktide is the Mobian 6 and the Cult of Admonition the best of what the enemy has to offer? Are we dealing with their A string? Or are their actual A string fighting our A string somewhere that we never see? I don't know. I don't fucking know. But anyways, yeah, that's what I've been working on in bulk. That's why it's been taking so long. But it is incredibly interesting. Oh no! Jesus H. I think my poor PC is starting to chug a little bit too, because it is warm in here. It's not that bad. It could be worse. But my temperature itself on my reader is definitely a shwee bit higher than normal. Gotcha. Love how I'll just come in, you know, just jump from the ceiling like goddamn Batman.
Dentistry. Acceptable quality.
Titanium, I think pretty good, me personally. If that isn't what Fat Shark is intended for Darktide the entire time, I don't know what the fuck they were doing then, setting up the Dark Communion mission, because in that mission, they're very clearly trying to summon a Great Unclean One, and a Great Unclean One would come with its full demonic host because they are generals in Nurgle's army. Absolutely more demons would be coming through the warp storm with it and everything. If that isn't what Fat Shark is intended for Darktide, one, what the fuck are they thinking? Like, they've been flirting with Nurgle and its demonic forces for 2 games now, because the Northmen of Vermintide 2 are also Nurgle aligned. 2, what the fuck were they thinking putting in the Dark Communion? Especially with all the other things, like there seems to be a demonic entity or something that threatened Grendel at one point. Like, I just... We need some greater demon spawn bosses. So there's only, each Chaos God only has 1 greater demon. Everything else is a lesser demon. You do not want a greater demon boss as like a regular thing in this game. You just would never be able to play. Thomas suffers a problem from incursion. That's what makes us choose a battle. Motivation to involve themselves. Endgame. Well, here's the thing. I think that Admonition is absolutely trying to summon a Great Unclean One. That's Nurgle's greater demon. And, I think they're trying to build something with it. I think that's what the point of Expeditions is. I think that's what Admonition is doing out in the ways. Hey, Vitriax, could I get you to come over here to this,
The data interrogator requires your attention.
the interrogator over here, and, drop the med crate? Or just drop a med crate, wherever.
All cipher identified. Proceed to next critical location.
I guess we might as well wait to pick up our friend before putting down the, health crate to the hole. Shit! No! Bastard! Bitch ass! Cunt fucking motherfucker! I hate Pox Bursters. Thank you.
Watch what you're touching.
God damn it. I was gonna be able to eat.
Being alone isn't smart.
Oh, the prophecies do matter. 100%. Falconeer, thanks so much for the sub. Give me a second here and I'll pop you a party popper. Probably when I'm on the elevator. Dante! I mean, there was was the fucking Poxburster that I pushed, but then it didn't explode enough to apparently get the other Poxburster that I didn't even know there. Falcon, for you, let me pop you a party popper.
Dead bodies waiting to drop. The flame of the Lechmans
Shablam!
right there,
Thanks, you're
fueled
awesome.
By different kindling.
Still burns though, don't it?
Fucking bitch-ass, talk-ass, motherfucking Poxbursters. They're always ruining a goddamn good time. Be fucking living your best life. You're like, cool, I pushed one of you, and it's like, yeah, but did you know about the other 20 guys behind me? Go fuck yourself. You thought you were gonna heal? Fuck you. Fuck you. I don't know what makes me more mad. The fact that I can't heal now, or would I have been more angry if he had dropped the health crate and I had healed, and then I got hit by the Poxburster? I don't know. I don't know what would piss me off more. Thank you, Falcon. You're awesome. Ooh, doggies got a lot of rangers. You know, Poxbursters are like those kids in fucking high school that would be like, oh, you didn't ask for us to turn in our homework, and no one did the fucking homework. You all know nobody did the homework. No one likes that guy. You know what? Actually, shit. Yeah, whenever the fuck... Oh, my God. Whenever the Hive Scum, the personality I'm using, she says, hey, Poxburster, no one likes you. She's right. It's just that simple. It's that blunt. Nobody fucking likes her. My least favorite enemy is the Poxburster. Poxbursters, fuck-ass bitches. Unfortunately, the nuts have to travel through hordes. They just have to, or else the trappers functionally would be useless. And the thing is that actually, in my opinion, trappers are so much better and more manageable in Darktide than the hook rats of Vermintide 2. Vitriox, are you just holding on to that med crate because, like, it's nice? Like, is it a security blanket, or... I mean, I fully understand and respect, like, wanting to hold on to things until it feels like we really need it. Shit's getting pretty desperate here!
Advanced Hangar Delta 175.
The rock sets it.
I mean, I will say that Poxbursters do function more more consistently now. Yeah, you don't have it.
Won't stay that way long. Never does down here. I think one of the rotters shot it off.
I'm gonna wait until we get... Oh, shit. Hang on to it for the next DLC. Might need a next update. Oh shit. Well, I'm over on the other side now. Alright, my bad. Oh no. Alright, so here's the thing. We're gonna pick up Oscar. Fuck. And when we've done that, I'm gonna put the health crate down.
Along Y-axis. Hangar Delta 175 is below your current position.
Yeah, but like literally the hook rats of Vermintide 2 would like actually run off with you and take you like 5 million miles away. So I see that you pinged a health sim there. I would love. Pick that up. Oh, shit. Okay. No. No! Anyways, the hook rats literally would run off with you. Like, they would actually take you to a different area of the map. I think that, though, the reason why people weren't as mad about that is because visually it's easier to reconcile, like, a little snare, like a little pull snare going through a horde and, you know, like, weaving around people or something to get ya. I understand that visually the net, like, everybody's like, how would that work? That wouldn't work, you know, grr, I don't like that logic. But, like, at the same time, like, literally trappers would functionally not work. You might as well just remove them from the game if you're gonna have them not, fuck me, please don't. If you're gonna have the nets not go through hordes. Like, if they stop, the nets stop at the first enemy they encounter, then the enemy is dead. It's functionally useless. So just think of it like the hook rat.
Approaching Excise Vault Spireside 13. Next mission phase commencing.
Vitriax, you did great. Ooh, I don't know how I didn't die there. Now, whenever the nets go through actual physical terrain like boxes and corners and stuff like that, 100% I'm on board with you. I am fully in agreement with that. But people who get tilted that the net goes through hordes, I'm like, well, I guess you might as well just take trappers out of the game because, like, literally they would functionally be useless. Okay, well, I fell through a hole. Enemy maximum before the net stops. I could see that too, but still, I just like Vermintide 2 never had any limit applied to it, and nobody bitched and moaned about that as far as I'm aware. The Trapper is literally, honestly, a more watered down hook rat. They are neutered comparatively. I think you guys just kind of need to make your peace with that. If I'm being honest.
You are not together. You should be. Now.
Going through terrain, though, I agree, is busted. I don't know. It really depends, though, BD. Just because, like, again, the detriment of, like, taking one of your teammates and dragging them off to Kingdom Come is pretty bad. It definitely could ruin runs pretty easily. Even if you don't, like, die as quickly, having them be functionally as, like, they might as well be at an effigy post. I mean, you should be tagging more because you can tag enemies through hordes. If you find yourself consistently frustrated by enemies that feel hidden behind hordes, you should be tagging more. Tagging is a super underutilized thing in Darktide. From my very limited experience playing Vermintide with pubs, the few times that I did, I feel like tagging was definitely utilizing Vermintide more. You're okay, Wolf Rat, no worries. I get twitching when you hear the rattle of a hook rat. Completely fair.
Load into the pneumatic
said, I'm just saying, like, in general, as just like a tip, because I know a lot of people get frustrated by feeling like they can't see enemies, they don't know what's there and stuff like that. I've played 1,800 hours of Darktide. Almost all of that has been with the community. And let me tell you guys, tagging, super underutilized.
I'm not supposed to be alone.
Oh, shit. You're getting swarmed, feeling left alive, 5 trappers spawn. It is hard. It is really hard. I'm not saying that it isn't. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. And I mean, like, a lot of people are like, yeah, remove the trapper. I don't want the trapper in the game. And, you know, Jaguasi, I know you said, like, you know, you think it's the opposite because the range is, you know, the nets, whatever. But, like, the range on the hook rat was really big. It was really long. That motherfucker could reach from a long way away. I don't know. Maybe the answer is to remove the trapper. I don't know. But I personally don't mind them. I'd much rather get rid of Poxbursters any day of the week for situations like that where, like, you get flung by a barrel that was hit by a teammate and you get thrown into a Poxburster exactly at the moment when they're exploding, and you are literally, I have no agency to do jack shit about that. I guess except for just, like, to never stand next to barrels. That was my bad. I stood next to a barrel. And that's where I went wrong. But still, it just, like, I feel like I have so much more agency in situations to deal with a trapper than I do ever, like, in situations where Poxbursters are just gonna fucking behave wrong, or situations like that where you just get flung into it and you can't do anything about it. Or you're in the air from a mutant throw or something and it's just like the wrong moment and there's the fucking Poxburster. I hate that. It's agency removing. Whereas with a trapper, most of the time, I feel like more often than not, your agency to try to do something about them is intact. And I know it's really hard, and I'm not gonna say, like, you know, if you're last man standing and there's fucking 5 trappers up and you're having to dance in and out of nets and you dodge 4 of them and it's the 5th one that gets ya, yeah, that hurts, that sucks, it's painful as fuck. But again, it's more feeling like there is something that potentially, maybe if I break through a skill ceiling or something and I get over my skill issue or whatever, I could potentially do something about that. Getting flung by a barrel that my teammate hit straight into a Poxburster that's exploding, that's like, you just go shrug, I guess I'll just die. What do you think the cannon difficulty is? Probably like Malice? Well done, team! Well done. It makes it hard when they don't make any noise. Yeah. I mean, if Darktide was always functional as intended, most of them wouldn't be bad. I don't use mods, Zombie. I refuse to mod this game. At this point, it's almost out of spite and principle because I don't feel like I need mods to be able to play them. I prefer to try and learn the game and to, like, conquer it with the way that the devs created it and intended for us to, like, learn how the enemies are threats and stuff like that, rather than having a mod that puts like a bunch of flashing things on your screen and shows you exactly where things are going to be and like holds your hand for you. I personally don't think it's necessary, but that's just me. I've never seen one trapper end a run where one Poxburster has. I agree with that. I'm not trying to call you out, Vitrix. I know some people love the mods and they live and die by them, and they think that, you know, it elevates the game, and I'm all for that. I would love to be able to see a health bar for every single boss, like especially when playing Havoc and there's like the Karnak twins and then a captain and 2 monstrosities on the field, and all you get is 2 health bars at a time. Like, that fucking sucks. I think that that's a dumbass decision by the devs, and I don't see why we shouldn't be able to see a health bar for all of them. But like, I am not going to mod my game to change that. I'm just not. I'm too lazy for mods. I don't ever want to have, like, I understand if you do a framework and everything, it's as simple as just turning them off. But the thing is that sometimes even just having them installed, and Beatty has had this happen to him specifically, where it fucked with his game and he had to fully uninstall it and reinstall it. I don't want to ever be put in a position where there's something happening in Darktide and I want to be on. I want to either be capturing footage or going live and getting that stuff so then we can talk about it and see it and, you know, get into all the details of what's happening and then be like, LOL, never mind, I have to fuck around with all of this shit. Like, I don't need it. I don't need that kind of negativity in my life from mods, and I'm not gonna do it. And that's just where I'm at with my philosophy on mods with Darktide. They're not cheater mods. They're not. They do help the game be more functional and helps players like see the vital information and know what they're working with. There's absolutely value to them. I won't say that there's not, and I won't say that anybody is cheating or bad or wrong for using them. I'm just saying for me, they're not for me. Okay, but that was our last run. I'm sorry we didn't get a win in. You're all cheating. I'm sorry we didn't get a win in, but we had a lot of good runs today, but that's gonna be it for me. So before we got back calling you guys bad, Silent Roses, thank you for becoming a YouTube channel member, and Broken Sandy, thanks for re-upping your membership. And also, You're Unfinished, thank you so much for the super chat. Oh my god, you're right, we did win. I'm sorry, I was thinking about the fact that I was dead towards the end there. Falconeer, thank you for the sub. Omega Black, thank you for the follow. Major Maneater, Wolf Eater, or Wolf Rat, thank you guys for the subs. Thank you, Lowlife, for the raid. Catnat, thank you for the follow. Juki.jpg, thank you for the follow. Scab Hunter, thank you for the gifted sub. Starbelly, thank you for the sub. Benjamin the Mad, thank you for 5 gifted community subs. And then the 6th one individually, and thank you for subbing yourself. Let's see. Angry Yeti, thank you for the sub. Gelhendar, thank you for the sub. Glomposaurus, thank you for the follow. True Son of Dorn, thank you for the raid. Angry Yeti, thank you for the follow. Wolf Rat, thank you for the follow, and thank you guys all so much for playing and for hanging out. I'm sorry, yeah, we did just win. Clearly, my brain is not as functional today. I'm trying, you guys. I'm really trying to get it firing back on all cylinders, but it is not always happening consistently. So, but hey, I'll be back tomorrow. It'll be Penance Help Saturday. So if you need Gone Bowling, Just a Flesh Wound, Karnak Hard Mode, Malleus Monstrosum, and the Flame penance for Skitari, those things, you know, any penances you need, come by, let me know what you need. And I'll do what I can to help you get it completed. Until then, mwah, I love you guys. Have a great night. Eat something delicious. Sleep well. And I will see you later. Okay, bye.